Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. President Martinez is on her way. This time is 5:32 p.m. in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with a quorum present. We will now move to our pledge, vision, and mission statements, which will be led by Amon Carter Riverside High School JROTC cadets. Welcome.
Yes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, one indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God and indivisible.
You may be seated. Our Fort Worth ISD vision, igniting in every child a passion for learning. Our Fort Worth ISD mission, preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership.
Great job. Let's give our students a round of applause. Good evening again, Trustee Jackson and Dr. Molinar and trustees. Tonight we have an incredible honor of celebrating some outstanding groups who exemplify the very best of our district's talent, dedication, and spirit. At this time, trustees, if you will make your way down front so that you can personally greet these students and staff who make our district shine. And audience, we ask that you hold your applause until the very end of all of the recognitions of each group so that each student's name and the teacher's name can be heard as we recognize them. We want to start this evening by welcoming our outstanding greeters from Amon Carter Riverside High School's JROTC. These remarkable cadets embody leadership, dedication, and service. These are qualities that define the JROTC program and inspire the leaders of tomorrow. Let's show our appreciation for, and you can make your way that way, Oliver Lozano, Montserrat Sanchez, Hector Terran, Layla Knox, Jose Hernandez, Dulce Rojo, Rebecca Baeza de Leon. And this program is led by Lieutenant Colonel Charlie Huey and retired Senior First Class Paul Aquino. You may applaud. Next up, the Texas Educational Theater Association's Award of Distinction recognizes schools and districts across Texas that demonstrate excellence in theater education. It highlights programs that raise standards for theater through high-quality performances, access to resources, student involvement in UIL contests, participation in theatrical design competitions, community engagement, and theater technology. Fort Worth ISD's recognition reflects its outstanding commitment to providing diverse and meaningful theater experiences for students. The recognition was announced as part of the 2025 Texas Educational Theater Association's Award of Distinction program during the annual Tex ETA convention in September 2025 in Dallas, Texas. We want to thank our teachers for their unwavering dedication and passion for theater education. Your hard work has played a vital role in Fort Worth ISD, and we are deeply grateful for all that you do to enrich our students' lives through the arts. At this time, let's recognize the teachers who are present with us. From Arlington Heights, Andrew Ballard. From Dunbar High School, Nanette Smith. From McLean 6th Grade Center, Christy Geist. From McLean Middle School, Rachel Blizzard. It's Miss Rachel Blizzard right there. From Meadowbrook Middle School, Deja Zakaria. From Rosemont Middle School, Thomas Berry. And C. Nicholas Morris, the coordinator for dance and theater. Let's give them a round of applause. The District of Distinction Award recognizes the top 8% of school districts in Texas for excellence in visual arts education. Districts must meet a rigorous 14-point rubric that evaluates participation in VASE and junior VASE, curriculum integration, student showcases, community engagement, and the use of visual arts to support creativity and social emotional learning. Fort Worth ISD met these standards through strong programs, committed educators, and a wide student involvement across our district. Fort Worth ISD will be recognized this fall and will be honored by the TAEA District of Distinction Awards ceremony during the fall conference. Congratulations. Thank you to our incredible visual art educators for your passion, creativity, and dedication to student success. This achievement reflects the impact of your hard work and the vibrant art experiences you provide our students each and every day. So thank you so much. And here with us this evening, as you come forward, from C.C. Moss Elementary School, Miss Geneva McBrown. Manuel Jara Elementary School, David Orona. Thank you so much for your work. And of course, we cannot forget Mr. Cannon, our Director of Fine Arts. Let's give them all a round of applause. And at this time, due to the large amount of students and teachers that we have here to be recognized, we'll take a short break and take some photos right outside, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
thank you all for allowing us to take photos and waiting for us. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda as well as items of a general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on this agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. Speakers, when your name is called, approach the podium by going to the back of the room, down the stairs, and coming up the side wall on your right. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will begin. Our first speaker.
Trustee Jackson, can we just clarify that, given the number of speakers, it's actually 2 minutes each?
We are clarifying that, given the number of speakers, it is now at 2 minutes. Thank you, Council. Our first speaker is Hannah Enriquez, followed by Amanda Ine.
Good evening, board members. My name is Hannah Enriquez. I am a former Fort Worth ISD student and an advocate for students, including those with disabilities. I'm here to raise concerns regarding Title IX. It is my civic duty to ensure that Fort Worth ISD is enforcing Title IX and that students with disabilities are not being discriminated against. Unfortunately, students with disabilities are being told on multiple occasions that they cannot speak Spanish in the classroom. As an advocate for students, I reject national origin and disability discrimination. Details of what was witnessed will be provided in coming weeks. As a proud Mexican American, I am inspired by students and parents for speaking up and for my grandfather, who was an advocate for bilingual rights, having fought the right to speak Spanish in school in the 60s. I trust that you can understand the weight of the situation, not only from a professional standpoint, but also from a cultural perspective. Board members, it is your job to enforce Title IX to make sure that educators of all people understand the severity of discrimination. I want to be firm that educators that you hire must have proper training about Title IX. It is not just a policy at the bottom of a packet. It is important to protect all students from any form of discrimination. Above all, this violates federal law Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Equal Educational Opportunities Act of 1974, and the Texas Bilingual Act of 1973. Happy National Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Ine will be followed by Kim Medford.
May I interrupt? Dr. Molinar, can you have somebody reach out to Ms. Enriquez to find out some more information about her concern? Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Molinar. I have stood in this very spot along with others in this room for years, advocating for needed resources for our underserved community and schools. For decades, the 7 schools in the newspaper have been under-resourced and struggling, serving some of our most underserved and highest need students. Now that we are under a TA microscope and seats are on the line, we are now seeing these campuses receive what they should have had all along. This is not without admin and teachers having to be thrown under the bus and having to reapply for their jobs. Are the EDs who were over those campuses having to reapply for their jobs when they were given directives? Proactive is better than reactive. Other concerns, 3rd through 5th grade IPCs have had Bluebonnet activity books attached to them as early as last week, and I believe the board has taken a vote on that tonight. Pretty sure that's against the law. Teachers have not had training on this curriculum, and I hope the training we will receive will be by actual bluebonnet people and not the typical one teacher from a campus gets trained and hope the rest of us make it. The IPCs are incomplete, including not having key components such as slides within the 2-week cycle that I am supposed to be having my lesson plans done by, including valuable key information in which teachers are rated on walkthroughs. Several 6 weeks tests did not align to the majority of the TEKS taught in the first 6 weeks. I'm receiving several reports that spot observations are not being completed in fair and equitable ways. In some cases, admins are coming in 20 minutes late, yet rating the teachers on what they should have seen 20 minutes ago, and this does not work in a minute-by-minute, bell-to-bell schedule.
Thank
This
you.
is not happening at my campus. I still have 11 seconds.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
I am also getting reports of teachers being rated low when administration has vendettas against them. Teachers should be respected, honored, and trust that we know what we're doing in our profession. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Medford will be followed by Emily King. She's sixth.
No, ma'am. You said Decker. Ms. Decker, you're number 6. It's Kelly Medford.
It's
Kim Medford,
Kim
pardon me.
Medford.
Kim Medford.
Is Kim Medford present? No. Emily King. Followed by Scott Blanco Davis.
Good evening. I would like you guys to look at the paper you have in front of you. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to read that over. Yep, that's it. I don't know if that was 30 seconds, but long enough to get the point. Now, what grade do you think this child is in? Was any of what you read decodable? Could you use phonological awareness to read what was written? If you couldn't, let me ask you this. How did my child make it to 2nd grade without anyone stopping to intervene? Why wasn't this flagged in 1st grade? Most importantly, why were my concerns ignored in kindergarten in the 3 previous ARDs that we had conducted? This is not just my story. This is not just my child's story. This is what happens when the system dismisses parents and pushes kids through year after year without identifying learning disabilities. Children who need help are being brushed under the rug. And while we sit here and talk about schools takeovers, this is part of the reason kids are not reading and schools are not successful. It's not because parents don't care. It's not because kids don't try. It's because schools are failing to diagnose and serve children with learning disabilities. This happens every year. The gap gets wider. Kids lose confidence. Families lose trust. By the time it's finally acknowledged, it's almost too late. I'm standing here tonight not just for MJ, but for every child who has been overlooked. Early identification is not a luxury, it's survival. Until that changes, no amount of takeover or reform will fix that. And I'll leave you with this. If you couldn't read my daughter's writing just now, why did the school think she could? Why didn't anyone stop to help her? Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Blanco Davis will be followed by Kelly Decker.
Good afternoon. Let's talk about the curriculum. I don't know if I've had a greater vote of no confidence in my abilities since I've been at Fort Worth. One, y'all require us to take safe schools. I have taken bloodborne pathogens 34 years straight. but your curriculum did not have any safety training at the beginning of the year for middle school science. No one had to sign any releases, and now y'all have a bunch of liability issues if everybody followed the curriculum because they had no safety training for any of the middle school unless they did what I did and fell 2 weeks behind. Accommodation. We're supposed to accommodate every student. But from what I understand, my curriculum's only showing up about a week before the second 6 weeks even started. I can't look at it. Last year, the district left out an entire unit that I could catch at the beginning of the year, or my students wouldn't have seen it, but I can't even see the next 6 weeks until the week before. Let's go into scripted PLCs. We want to accommodate for all the kids, but how do you accommodate for someone like me who teaches a pre-algebra class, 6th grade accelerated science, 7th grade accelerated science, 6th grade regular science, and 8th grade regular science? I spend more time doing paperwork than I do getting ready for science. I got to come in an hour in the morning and 2 hours after school to get ready. I'm not even sure who I should be talking to, but our school's sitting at the top 1% according to one report, USA and World Report. Why am I having to follow the same curriculum that people are using just to get kids test ready? I got kids surgeon ready. Y'all have a nice night. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Kelly Decker will be followed by Natalie Norton.
Good evening. I signed up to speak today so that I could ask Mr. Lynch for immediate help at Monig Middle School. Briefly, Monig Middle School is one of the schools that rose out of F-rated status this year. We are now a D. A lot of work went into that. It was never an F-rated school to me or my children or my husband. Our D status is so fragile, and the microscope is so great, almost blinding. Monig doesn't have enough teachers to double black every class, and there aren't lines of certified teachers dying to break into a Fort Worth ISD career. And so the last 6 weeks, our kids have gone without teachers in core classes, and it's a lot of kids. Sometimes they've gone without supervision. There is no single person at fault, and it doesn't make any sense to point fingers. I originally came here to tell you that Monig students deserve more, and I had hoped to test Fort Worth ISD to see if you could meet the challenge. So, although I signed up to raise these concerns, I had to pivot this afternoon. I had to pivot because over the past 36 hours, the district has taken remarkably swift action. So fast, I can't keep up. If this were a football game, we are at the 90-yard line in terms of solutions. The amount of change that Dr. Dilley and Ms. Lovato, presumably at Dr. Molinar's direction, enacted over the last 2 days is mind-blowing. I get the sense they cleared their schedule to make it happen, and it's truly appreciated from the bottom of our hearts. Here's my pivot to the crowd, to the media, to Mr. Morath, to the TEA, to the parents, to the teachers, the special interests, the lobbyists, the trolls, and the tired teachers. Fort Worth ISD is good. Fort Worth ISD swooped in and performed emergency surgery on our school. We are looking at getting discharged.
Natalie Norton will be followed by Pamela Bennett.
Good evening. I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent and employee, and I'm here tonight to voice my staunch opposition of the proposed Bluebonnet curriculum. This curriculum is a direct threat to our students' constitutional rights and the inclusive values of our district. My primary concern is that the curriculum violates the First Amendment's Establishment Clause. By including so much Christian-based material, specifically biblical narratives, it blurs the critical line between teaching about religion and promoting a state-sponsored religion. Our public schools are a safe space for everyone, not for a single faith tradition. This approach not only ignores the law, but also undermines the core principles of our public education system. Furthermore, this curriculum sends a harmful message to our students. Fort Worth is a diverse community with families of many faiths and many with no religious affiliation at all. By centering its lessons on Christianity, the Bluebonnet curriculum tells students of other beliefs that their identities are not important. It's an exclusionary approach that makes students feel belittled and unseen. It tells them that they do not matter. We must ensure every child in our district feels respected and included. Finally, adopting this curriculum exposes Fort Worth ISD to unnecessary and costly civil rights lawsuits, similar to the one filed by the ACLU against Fort Worth ISD concerning the display of the Ten Commandments in every classroom. These legal challenges would divert our resources away from where they belong, in the classroom, supporting teachers and providing high-quality education for all. This is a risk we literally cannot afford to take. I urge you to reject the Bluebonnet curriculum, and all its adoption would mean civilly, educationally, politically, and historically. Take a stand and choose materials that are academically sound, constitutionally compliant, and truly inclusive of our entire community. Thanks.
Thank you. Pamela Bennett will be followed by Tanisha Lomax.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Bennett. I'm the Family Engagement Specialist at Everett Briscoe Elementary. My invitation still stands for y'all to come and walk with us from McCurdy to Riverside to our campus. Invitations always extended. We also have the Riverside and Glen Garden Sierra Vista houses, which belongs to Briscoe Elementary. A block over, which is Ask Christian, belongs to Everett J. Briscoe, which when we are closed, we are under 2 miles, so we will not have a school bus. Students that are educated from first grade will automatically have to go to school. So my thing is, 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds that can't ride a bus will not get any education. A lot of our students that are 5, their parents is probably not going to walk them to those campuses either. The main thing is, of last week, if you don't know, a train stopped on the railroad track, which would affect our students trying to walk to those campuses. The train sit there for like 15 to 20 minutes, all because it was another car off of Maddox that had stopped on the track. So our thing of it is, we would just like to exclude for y'all to come out and walk with us to see how far we already come to extend where we will have to go to when we are closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lomax will be followed by Reed Bills.
Good evening. First of all, I want to say thank you to listening to all the parents, the families, the educators. You guys have gone through great strides to make a lot of progress. I know there's still some kinks in that curriculum, like the gentleman shared. We can only see about a week or so ahead of time, but I thank you for taking the time to look at those things and how important high quality instructional materials are. So why don't we take that same acronym, that HQIM, and turn it into high quality informational media for all the schools who are slated to close so that we can hear from district. There are a lot of parents, I've been talking to a lot of them, they're like, what's going on now? I'm not able to make it to the board meetings. I'm not able to view those things. I have a night job. I have other things I have to do. So that way we can see just how strong. I have this Briscoe Strong shirt on, and it's not just a shirt. It's not just a saying. Our community is strong. Give us the opportunity. I have a husband who can paint. He can do HVAC. We can come out to our community, see how we can help. We need more parent involvement. We can do it. I know I can help rally. Give us a chance just to see how strong our community is.
I think we should keep Briscoe open because it is a great school and the teachers make sure that we're safe and that we understand our lessons, and our teacher makes sure that the curriculum, that we understand it. And also, if we don't keep Briscoe open, other kids will not be able to have a good learning environment, and every student will not be able to learn.
And I thank you guys so much. Also, somebody else brought up how it is Hispanic Heritage Month. At Briscoe, we have teachers like, I'll use Miss Inkton, for example. She goes out of her way to celebrate every culture, whether it's Ramadan, it's Hispanic Heritage Month, it's Black History Month. Let's not lose that for the community. We need that. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I want to thank our Briscoe students as well. Thank you. Ms. Bills will be followed by Charles Bills.
My name is Reed Bills. I am speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Tarrant County. The League is a nonpartisan organization that does not support or oppose any political party or candidate. We oppose the adoption of the Bluebonnet curriculum. Our local league has studied education issues in Fort Worth ISD for many years, and after extensive study of important issues, we have reached the following position. The League of Women Voters of Tarrant County supports a quality public education system which provides the most successful student outcomes. Nationally, the League opposes threats to basic constitutional rights. The curriculum that the board is considering incorporates extensive biblical references. These references will allegedly boost student achievement and save teachers time from developing their own curriculum. Data from school districts that have used Bluebonnet report otherwise. One such curriculum was used in a pilot program in Houston ISD. The Houston Chronicle reported that the district complained that the curriculum is riddled with errors and inappropriate content. The outcomes reflected the inadequacy of the program. The League urges you to forego the TEA bribe to use the Bible-based curriculum, which is inferior to the one now in use. Avoiding Bluebonnet will save the district money spent to defend against charges of First Amendment violations and accusations of discriminating against students who are not Christian.
Thank you. Charles Bills will be followed by Shannon Proctor.
I also want to reiterate that to reject this Bluebonnet curriculum. If it wasn't inferior, they wouldn't have to try to bribe us to use it. So that's the main issue, and of course it's very problematic. You know, they're Muslim, they're non-Christian students, and they will definitely be, this is oppression for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon Proctor will be followed by Keith Annis.
Hello, good evening. My name is Shannon Proctor, and I'm a parent of 3 Fort Worth ISD students who has carefully read through the Bluebonnet Reading Language Arts curriculum. I will discuss what I found in the kindergarten lessons, which goes far beyond teaching literacy. It also inexplicably includes Sunday school lessons. In a unit about kings and queens, Solomon the wise king, children are told Solomon's wisdom came from God, and the correct answer to the unit's reading comprehension questions is that he was faithful to God. In contrast, Mansa Musa's story emphasizes wealth while his faith is minimized. The Golden Rule lesson presents Christianity's teachings as primary, with other religions treated as secondary. And in the art unit, students are asked to sequence the entire Genesis creation story, turning an art lesson into Bible memorization. The U.S. Supreme Court has long held that public schools cannot sponsor or teach religious doctrine as fact. In McCollum versus Board of Education and later cases, the court ruled this violates the First Amendment. Yet the agenda before you describes Bluebonnet as neutral, high-quality instructional material. In reality, it embeds Bible lessons, treats religions unequally, and reflects the influence of groups like the Texas Public Policy Foundation, who is funded by the likes of Tim Dunn, and the Heritage Foundation, both of which openly promote Christian nationalism. Our children need strong, evidence-based instruction, not political or religious agendas. Please reconsider before approving this adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Annis will be followed by Allison Lanza.
Good evening, Dr. Molinar and members of the school board. My name is Keith Annis, and I am a parent of 2 Fort Worth ISD students who are both doing exceptionally well thanks to the education they get at Fort Worth ISD. Today, I'm addressing you as the VP of Finance for Fort. Fort Families Organized Resisting Takeover is a parent advocacy group whose short-term goal is to mobilize efforts to prevent Fort Worth ISD intervention by the Texas Education Agency. We are committed to keeping Fort Worth ISD under local governance to ensure responsive and accessible education for all students. Our vision is a united Fort Worth where parents, educators, clergy, and business leaders from all parts of the city, north, south, east, and west, stand together to protect our local voice in public education, ensuring all children have the opportunity to learn, grow, and succeed in schools governed by and for our community.
Allison Lanza will be followed by Vahista Asuri.
Good evening, school board and Dr. Molinar. My name is Reverend Allison Lanza, and I am the executive director of Be the Neighbor. I am a Fort Worth ISD alum and the parent of a first grader at Ridgely Hills. Today, I am also addressing you as a volunteer with Fort Families Organized and Resisting Takeover. We know that our students will have the most success when our schools are under local control with leaders chosen by our community. Our community stands in full support of district leaders who are willing and ready to work to improve outcomes for all students. Looking at averages is not enough. When scores are disaggregated by race and other factors, we see that Latino, African American, emergent bilingual, and special education students are further behind than the state average. These students need more support and resources to show accelerated growth. How can our community of parents and community leaders be leveraged to help? We want to help. No matter what school our individual children attend, our group will speak up for all children across the city. We know that as members of this community, they are all our kids, and we want them all to succeed. We will hold those in power accountable for the growth of all students. Thank you all for the improvements you are making each and every day and rapidly in helping all of our kids to thrive.
Thank you. Vahista Asuri will be followed by Zach Leonard.
Good evening, Dr. Molinar and school board. My name is Vahista Asuri, and I'm a parent of 2 kiddos at North High Mount Elementary. Today, I'm addressing you as a volunteer for Fort. Fort Worth ISD has some of the most committed and passionate educators around. Our teachers are heroes who often sacrifice their time beyond contract hours and even their own money to support our kids. I've seen it firsthand. At my children's school, I've watched teachers buy school supplies, snacks, clothing, even science kits for their students. They run after-school clubs focused on fitness, health, the environment, and creativity. They attend soccer games and plays after hours. Not because they're required to, because they truly care. My children have had teachers who push them to be their best, recognizing their unique strengths and individual personalities. The teachers my children have had, and the ones I know they will continue to have at North High Mount, have given me confidence in and love for our school. They are the heart of the district, the heart of Fort Worth ISD. We urge you to care for your dedicated and experienced educators at all of our schools. They are the reason this district has kept going through so much instability. Listen to their needs and to their counsel. Create an advisory board of your best and most experienced teachers, those with a proven track record, and include them in shaping new initiatives. They know what works. We've seen so many changes over the past few years, and most educators will tell you they need time for things to work. Support them, trust them, and give them the stability they've earned. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach Leonard will be followed by Elva Camacho.
Good evening, Dr. Molinar and members of the school board. My name is Zach Leonard, and I'm a parent of 3 children in Fort Worth ISD. Today, I'm addressing you as president of FORT, Families Organized Resisting Takeover. You're considering yet another change to the reading curriculum today, and I want to issue a word of caution here. There are some religious stories used in this curriculum, and most parents that I have talked to are concerned about the obvious blurring of the lines regarding the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment and the necessary separation of church and state. The Supreme Court has issued a wall of separation concept in its decisions, such as precedent from Everson versus Board of Education in 1947 and Lemon versus Kurtzman in 1971, that states that we must not create excessive government entanglement with religion. In a letter sent to parents on September 17th, it stated that hundreds of teachers helped to review the RLA curriculum last spring. Have you asked your experienced librarians and teachers what text they would suggest using, and what was the feedback you received this spring when you reviewed the curriculum? I would love to hear more about that. You have educators with a wealth of knowledge and experience in this district, more than any politician in the Capitol. The solutions to our problems are here. Move forward by building trust with the people you represent and lead. Our community supports you, and it supports our students foremost and our teachers. If you support them and elevate their voices, the community stands behind you too. We are in this fight to improve literacy with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Elva Camacho will be followed by Guadalupe Lynch.
Good morning, board. My name is Elva Camacho, and I'm an employee of Fort Worth ISD. And I want to talk about the word accountability. And I will start with this. So then each of us will give an account to himself to God, Romans 14:12. And what accountability means in the Bible is both an attitude, a practice. It means taking responsibility for your actions and willingness, communicating with others about your choices so you can show your integrity and grow in maturity. The quality of the state of being accountable, especially, this is a definition now in the dictionary. The quality of being accountable, especially an obligation or willingness to accept responsibility or to account for one's action. And it is kind of ironic that the example it gives is saying public schools lacking accountability. So I want to talk about accountability. It's been a while since you guys have seen me up here. And the last time I was here, I was complaining about no heat in our schools and other leaks and just infrastructure problems within our district. And I made a comment about how you guys got this new building and y'all are sitting in, and it's pretty cold in here, and schools are still without air conditioning, and I'm not understanding that. Who takes accountability for that? I mean, who takes accountability for not listening for years and years prior and post-COVID for teachers? Who takes accountability of them not wanting to continue teaching or leaving the profession?
Thank you. Guadalupe Lynch will be followed by Patricia Forsyth.
Hi, good evening, Dr. Molinar and members of the school board. My name is Guadalupe Lynch, and today I'm here as a parent of 2 children at Riverside Applied, an A-graded school that still doesn't have working traffic lights. I've spoken to Ms. Spencer and to Ms. Martinez. I've also mentioned it to the super, and we would like something done. Today I'm here and addressing you as the Vice President of the Grassroots Top for Fort. We recognize that our district has not always met the needs of all of our students. Concerned parents, educators, and community members have come before the school board many times to voice their needs and raise the alarm. Most recently, literacy scores have been the focus. The latest STAR test scores from spring 2025 showed that the statewide 78% of third graders scored approaches grade level, and 52% scored meets grade level in reading. In Fort Worth ISD, 68% of the third graders scored approaches grade level, and only 41% scored meets grade level in reading, an increase of 8 points from spring 2024, but still about 10% points behind the state average. We expect this growth to continue, and we are committed to contributing to this upward trend in any way. Guys, what we're saying is that we know Fort Worth ISD is in the right hands and that we see the progress. We would love to be a part of it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Patricia Forsyth will be followed by Adrian Forsyth.
Good evening, Dr. Molinar and board members. My name is Tricia Forsyth, and I'm a proud product of Fort Worth ISD, class of 2011, AE Heights. And I'm a proud mom of 2 Mustangs at Ridgely Hills. Tonight I'm here to speak not against progress, but in favor of purpose, specifically the purpose of education in our elementary schools. We've invested heavily in technology, placing devices in the hands of even our youngest learners. And while there are benefits, we must ask, what's the cost? We are seeing the decline in foundational literacy skills, not because children can't learn, but because we are giving them screens before we're giving them voices. Oral fluency, the ability to read aloud with confidence, expression, and understanding, it's disappearing from classrooms, and it matters more than we think. Oral fluency is not just about reading out loud, it's about thinking, processing, and communicating. It builds vocabulary, strengthens comprehension, and boosts public speaking, skills that directly influence future academic success and even job readiness. Children learn to listen, to pause, to question. No app can replicate that. Yet today in classrooms filled with screens and headphones, we quieted the room and the children. Instead of reading aloud with teachers and peers, they click through programs that promise personalized learning, but deliver passive instruction. We don't need more technology in our elementary schools. We need more conversations, more shared reading, more poetry, and more time for children to develop fluency, confidence, and connection through language. Let's return to what we know works. Let's bring back oral fluency, and let's give our children the voices, literally and figuratively, before we hand them another device. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian Forsyth.
My name is Adrian, and I go to Ridgely Hills. I'm in 2nd grade, but I'm supposed to be in 3rd grade because my mama held me back because I needed help in reading. And you need to take away the headphones and take away the iPads because everybody in Miss Shop class like me is very smart, and we don't need the iPad to read the questions asked. We need to read it by ourselves. You need to put the book in front of them and actually make it read them so when they get stuck, you know where to go, so the teachers know where to go back and actually help them. Thank you for letting me speak. Go Mustangs.
Adrian, thank you, and thank you for being here. Mary Spradlin will be followed by Todd Porter.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Mary Spradlin, and I am a United Methodist District Superintendent and a member of Pastors for Texas Children. And I urge you to not adopt the Bluebonnet ELAR curriculum. I reviewed this material and testified against it at the state board meeting before it was adopted. It was inferior then, and it is inferior now. Looking at just one lesson in the first grade curriculum, I see that in 60 minutes, 6-year-olds are expected to be educated in the following: taxation without representation, the Sons of Liberty, the Boston Tea Party, the First Continental Congress, George Washington, Ben Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, the concept of boycotting goods, the categories of loyalists and patriots, plus 5 vocabulary words and 5 phrases. I hope you can see how ridiculous these expectations are for 6-year-olds in 60 minutes. And where in this lesson are children learning how to read? While the curriculum has won praise for those who want the Bible to be more prominent in public schools, the authors and origins are still shrouded in mystery. The 10-member TEA advisory board contained no public school teachers. It did include actress Danica McKellar and politician Ben Carson, who once said that Darwin's theory of evolution was influenced by Satan. Only one member of the board had any expertise in teaching children how to read. Although the authorship is a mystery, it is verified that some Bluebonnet illustrations come straight from books published by Mike Huckabee's Evangelical Publishing Company, which also publishes a guide for parents who want to save their children from indoctrination, including from teachers at school who parents should be able to trust. The authorship may not be transparent, but the agenda behind this curriculum is clear. Members of the board, you sit in your seats because you were democratically elected by this community, and it is your job to do the best for the children of this district. We value local control. If you have not had time to review this curriculum properly, please take more time. If you feel you must adopt it to avoid takeover, then we have already lost local control.
Thank you. Todd Porter will be followed by Lane Craig.
Greetings, Dr. Molinar, members of the board. I'm Todd Porter, and I'm here in my capacity as a member of the community in Fort Worth and as coordinator of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America congregations in Fort Worth and throughout North Texas and North Louisiana. I can't remember a time that I did not know Jesus. Some of my earliest memories are being in church and listening to my dad preach, singing songs, learning from the Bible. Though I lived more than half of my life in Texas, I grew up in Oklahoma. My AP English class included the Bible. We studied literary forms of Hebrew scriptures in English class. I know the Bible from a lifetime of studying it at church, at school, at home. I've known Jesus from my earliest memory, and I have spent a lot of time in church trying to comprehend and interpret and apply all the ways that I could look like Jesus. I'm telling you all this to explain the deep and abiding faith that brings me right here. When I take what I've learned in 55 years of Christian living and compare it to the Bluebonnet curriculum, I find the curriculum lacking. I'm especially concerned about the way it privileges Christian writing and interpretation over other faith traditions. I'm saying this as a Christian. The God described in the Bible, the one who speaks the universe into existence, the one who speaks through donkeys, the one who speaks through a still small voice and booming thunder, the one who speaks through the created order, through fishermen and tax collectors, perhaps most importantly, through a Galilean tradesman. This God does not need us to filter the world from one another or require our students to listen to what we think he said in order to learn to read. I'm asking you, reject the Bluebonnet curriculum. Thanks.
Thank you. Lane Craig will be followed by David Hafer.
Hi, Dr. Molinar and trustees. My name is Lane Craig, and I am the parent of 2 kids at De Zavala Elementary and Pascal High School. So I'm also a college English professor with a real vested interest in children's literacy. And as a Unitarian Universalist, I'm a member of a religious minority who spends probably about as much time as that guy in church, but it's not a Christian church, and my kids are not being raised in that same tradition. And so I feel that speaking about the Bluebonnet curriculum and its impact on our community is personal to me for different reasons than you've heard some other speakers talk about. I struggled to think of the things that I wanted to say to y'all about this curriculum. And luckily, people have said a lot of things that I think are important. So I just want to mention 2.
First, districts who have adopted this curriculum have found it controversial. Fairfield ISD, I don't know if y'all know where Fairfield is, but it's on my way to my parents. It's a really small community. They adopted the Bluebonnet curriculum, but they cut 30 lessons because they consider them too controversial for the small rural Fairfield community. I think if we think about sort of how that might carry out in a more diverse, large community like Fort Worth ISD, we can see that if these problems are in other areas of Texas, they're gonna be there for us too. I also want you to think about how teachers of all faiths, as we've heard about tonight, are doing such a good job of pivoting and educating our students and making up for some of the losses and acquiring these great gains. And that those teachers don't really deserve to be confronted with a curriculum that will create conflict, drama, and controversy in their classrooms. We simply don't need that right now. Finally, I hope that as you listen to arguments about literacy, which is very important, you understand the idea that adopting the Bluebonnet curriculum as the only solution to the literacy crisis is a dangerous either-or fallacy. There are ways to improve literacy without capitulating to Christian nationalist messaging and without infringing on my children's rights to an education free of religious ideology. Thank you.
Thank you. David Hafer will be followed by Caroline James.
Good evening. I'm David Hafer, a resident in Fort Worth ISD and a proud grandfather of a Fort Worth ISD student, and a Christian who is asking you to not adopt the Bluebonnet curriculum for reading. In a CBS News interview, Mark Chancey, a religious studies professor at SMU, said he spent months studying Bluebonnet and is concerned about what he believes is a bias toward Christianity. His issue with Bluebonnet isn't just that he believes it favors Christianity above other religions. He also takes issue with how the curriculum teaches about Christianity. He said, quote, "The people that they invited to write these lessons had a very, very weak grasp of the material," end quote. In a letter that Professor Chancey sent to the State Board of Education, he included a few examples of where he believes the material falls short, including in a 5th grade poetry lesson on the 23rd Psalm. The lesson states it's one of the first known examples of free verse poetry without a consistent rhyming pattern. Professor Chancey said, quote, "The 23rd Psalm and lesson doesn't rhyme because it is an English translation of a Hebrew original." He went on to say, "This is a case where whoever wrote the lesson didn't bother to read the Wikipedia article on Psalms for basic research." Following the school board meeting in June, Deputy Superintendent Chaudhry was quoted in the Star-Telegram, quote, "We are now adopting the Bluebonnet phonics component, so the reading is split into skills and knowledge. Skills is the phonics, knowledge is where some of these religious elements are. What we're adopting has nothing to do with any of that," end quote. Further, the article said that Dr. Molinar said the district will continue to use the Amplify curriculum for other reading resources, but is replacing the curriculum's phonics component with Bluebonnets. Chaudhry said the phonics program will be an extension of the Amplify curriculum, but with major upgrades.
Thank you. Caroline James will be followed by Trinace Dorsey Hollins.
Good evening. My name is Caroline James. Good evening, Dr. Molinar and School Board. I'm here tonight to talk to you about literacy and to thank you for taking bold action on behalf of students. My favorite teacher to this day is my 3rd grade teacher, Miss Jensen. I thought Miss Jensen was brilliant and beautiful. I wanted to be just like her. I felt so grown up in 3rd grade. 3rd graders wrote in cursive, they read chapter books, they did 2-digit multiplication, and they played on the big kids' playground. I loved 3rd grade. Every child deserves an awesome 3rd grade experience. You recognize that not everyone in Fort Worth was having a good 3rd grade experience. Just 16% of 3rd graders at Western Hills Elementary are reading on grade level. Only 21% at West Hanley Elementary, and 23% of 3rd graders at Clifford Davis are reading on grade level. There is simply no time to wait. These schools, these children need our help now. Everyone deserves an awesome 3rd grade year. Thank you for taking bold action on behalf of these students, on behalf of these children.
Thank you. Trinace Dorsey Hollins will be followed by Gracie Ramirez.
Good afternoon, Dr. Molinar and trustees. There's a lot going on right now, but let's not get distracted. On January 21st, 2025, the board unanimously voted to make literacy the district's top priority, defining success as every student reading on grade level. To me, that was game changer. It showed that the district, was placing the most vulnerable group, our children and students, at the center of its priorities. We just want our kids to read. There's a lot of debate going on right now about the Bluebonnet curriculum. I stand here today not to discuss the biblical references. However, one important part to consider is that Bluebonnet includes a parent and family component. Each unit comes with a parent support letter available in both English and Spanish, which can be taken home. These letters outline what children will be learning in each reading lesson and includes conversation starters for parents to help engage their children about the material. While I recognize there's many parents who may not want their kids to experience these biblical lessons, please keep in mind there's also materials such as the Civil War, Holocaust, slavery, racism, and many other sensitive topics that parents may not want to be shared with their children but are still part of classroom instruction. Unlike Bluebonnet, however, they do not offer that parent-structured guidance to support and engage their children. I would also like to thank Dr. Molinar and Trustee Lynch for supporting us in our literacy fair. Lastly, we have several parents here today from Carroll Peak who have reached out to support with Fort Worth ISD leadership but have been failed. These parents are extremely rooted in the community and actively engaged in the school. While all of this is important, the most important issues that are alarming me are safety issues that will be addressed after me. Please make sure that those issues are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Gracie Ramirez will be followed by Stephen Poole.
Hi, my name is Gracie Ramirez. On August 19, I emailed Kristen Reeves, the superintendent, Kelly Spencer, and Mr. Muhammad, which they have not responded. I'm representing the parents from Carroll Peak Elementary. Our concerns are the safety of the students and staffs. With that being said, they pick and choose who they ask for IDs when parents go to pick up their children or to even volunteer. Mr. Martinez is asking parents to volunteer, as he said, if they don't have a state ID, for them not to worry about it, that they'll figure out a way for them to volunteer. He said that if they don't, So how can someone be around the kids without a background check? He's also intimidating parents that are illegal by telling them they can't make a report due to their immigration status. So that's terrifying them to file a complaint. He has favoritism for some of the staff. Meanwhile, everyone else is walking on eggshells due to the fear of retaliation and speaking up. Also, school is also allowing non-walkers to walk home without an explanation as to why that happened. We are deeply concerned for the safety of our children. I would like for this to be resolved, and I'm looking forward to hearing back from y'all.
Ms. Ramirez, will you make sure you talk to Ms. Spencer over here, and then to Ms. Spencer before you leave this evening, and we'll make sure we address. And I apologize, no one has returned your email, and we'll take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Poole will be followed by Robin Sharma.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Molinar. There are two items tucked away on the consent agenda item tonight that has profound effects on students, classrooms, and teachers. The first is the class size waivers for K through 4 classrooms that are oversized. Back in napkin math, 65% of those waivers are in schools rated C, D, or F, with 9% of them in schools that you want to designate as resource campuses. And you look at the names of the schools, they're the same schools you see on the list year after year. You do provide a stipend to teachers for these oversized classrooms, but what additional support is given to these schools? into these classrooms. And not on this list are the list of bridge classes where a teacher is teaching 2 grade levels at the same time. A former HR director in Fort Worth eliminated those bridge classes because she knew it wasn't good for students or teachers, but they've crept back. So what additional support is being given to the bridge classes? And also on here, you're changing the non-renewal of term contracts, and that specifically hits at your veteran teachers. The board supporting document says the board wants to take action to propose non-renewal later in the school year. There is a reason why you kept it at 45 days for so long, is because so many teachers were leaving you, and especially the teachers that you wanted to retain. Now you just want to take more time to non-renew their contracts later in the year, while districts all around us are having job fairs, signing bonuses, instant contracts, stipends without all the strings attached that you attach to your stipends. But your veteran teachers, the ones that you want to remain, you're going to ask for them to wait so you can have more time to non-renew veteran teacher contracts. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Sharma will be followed by Kim Medford.
Good evening, Dr. Molinar, school board members, educators, family members of Fort Worth ISD. My name is Robin Sharma, and I run a Texas Care clinic locally. Due to pandemic, social media, and handheld devices, children today are struggling with behavioral health issues. We provide unique service to children at their place of choice, like churches, schools, community center, and their homes. We provide services with regards to skills training and development, anger management, ADHD, social and other anxiety caused by social media, learning disabilities, depression, suicide prevention, medicine management, crisis intervention, and foster children counseling. Our mission is to provide early intervention so that today's children become productive members of the society in the future. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Kim Medford here?
Trustee Jackson, did you see the second page?
And we have Robert Van.
Good evening, members of the board, and my name is Robert Van. There have been a number of excellent presentations here this evening regarding the Bluebonnet curriculum, and I am one more person that is saying, hey, this is absolutely improper for this board to adopt because of the extensive religious material, very biased religious material that you're looking at throwing at kids in the first, second, third, fourth grades. This is just totally out of line. Somebody mentioned earlier the name of Tim Dunn. Tim Dunn, of course, is a billionaire West Texas person who has used his billions to pretty much take over the government of Texas and now also of Tarrant County. This whole thing with using these religious texts for schools is a part of their Seven Mountains project to try and take over just about everything that there is with their particular version of a Christian religion. It has to stop, and this is a matter that I think you understand. Possibly there's some pressure there from the state government looking at, oh, hey, if you adopt this, maybe there might be a chance that we won't come in and take over the district. I don't think that's going to work out one way or another. But there should not be that kind of pressure here. I don't know for sure if there is, but it certainly is one thing that the state is possibly using. So I'm asking that you do not adopt this Bluebonnet curriculum. Thank you.
A point of privilege. Dr. Molinar, is it possible to get a stool or something to keep at the podium so that when students speak that they can reach the microphone easier? Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts this evening. Thank you to Vice President Jackson for opening the meeting, and just want to assure you that I heard each and every comment as I was driving in from Tyler today. So thank you again for sharing your thoughts this evening. We are now up to number 5 of the report, board committee reports. Are there any comments or questions from any trustees? Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you. I couldn't let today go by without mentioning that it's with a sad heart that I bid farewell to one of our great employees, an excellent CFO, Carmen Arieta Canelaria, who I can finally say your name and now you're leaving. But I just wanted to thank her for her years of service here and for sharing her knowledge and her willingness to explain the complexity of school finance so we as board members can go out to our community and share what we learned from you. So I wish you well in your future endeavors, and cuídate and vaya con Dios.
Thank you. And next on the agenda is the superintendent report, so I'll turn it over to Dr. Molinar.
Thank you, President Martinez. And this evening, I would like to, of course, do my superintendent report. Will include our strategic priority number 1, student academic excellence. We will talk about our beginning of the year map testing, as well as our resource campus initiative, and then the Bluebonnet curriculum this evening. Let it catch up with me. It's not, the clicker's not advancing. Okay, perfect. So we have completed our first, we're in our first 6 weeks of school, and we have completed our beginning of the year map testing. So in Fort Worth ISD, our students do a beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of the year that we do map testing, which is a national norm test, which we're right along. We're aligned with our upcoming changes around House Bill 8 that will change our STAR assessment to have a beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year STAR assessment. So Fort Worth ISD, we've already have been doing map testing that do those 3 points throughout the year. So this evening, we're going to share a little bit about, we wanted to explain for some of our new stakeholders what exactly our new grade level norms are. So our map testing we do is a national norm that we use for growth reports that shows how each student in our district, starting in kindergarten into high school, how they are growing in the areas of reading and in math. And we'll show more detailed reports when we really conclude our goal setting in our October workshop. But our national norms go across the United States. These are just not norms within Fort Worth ISD or even Texas, but the United States as a whole. So the norms that we have used before were really constructed in 2020, which was pre-COVID. However, the norms that we're going to be introducing to you this evening were post-COVID norms, and these are new norms started in 2025. So as we're doing comparisons, we just want to share with our stakeholders that the national norms have pivoted from 2020 norms to now new 2025 norms that have been conducted nationwide. There are very important patterns that show how our students, how they're growing from the beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of the year. And then there's also a family report that we'll show a little glimpse of that shows projections for our parents to see more details around how their students are learning the different components that we test for our MAP testing. And because the norms are anchored into our new national norm samples, we're going to show you just some examples tonight from last year's norms, but just as a reminder that we do have that new norm setting. So here you'll see this is all students in all grades tested. As I shared just a minute ago, we're going to share more in October and we'll break it down in more detail. However, here's our tested subject areas: reading in English, Spanish, English, math, Spanish, as well as in our science area. You'll see our RIT score. This is where our students start out on their grade level, and this shows how they grow. You'll see what we're showing you tonight in our data here on this slide is these are our students, all of our students. Students who are below grade level, on grade level, and above grade level, because it's very important that we're able to track each student down to where they are starting and how they are growing from the beginning, the middle, and then the end of the year. So just an example here from the 2025 norm, and just remember really those norms were set in 2020. When we look at our reading in English, that RIT level was 185. We do see a 7-point difference from our beginning of the year in reading. And this is all students that are taking reading in English from our K to our high school. And then when we see if they met the grade level norms, that means like our students who are actually already on a grade level norm. From 2024, it was 41, so we see a 2-point difference. Here you're going to see a negative when you look at the grade level norm in the area of reading Spanish. It's important to note that we have about 22% of our students take the Spanish assessment in reading, and only 6% in math, so a much smaller group. However, we do want to make sure that we're recognizing where their norm setting has started for beginning of the year. All of this information, this is looks like a very simple slide, but the reports that we get and our teachers review during their professional learning committees have a lot more detail, where we're able to take our students, individual students, and then work on individual resources for them. And one of the resources that we have adopted this school year is called iReady, where we're able to take to see exactly what our students need to work on from this beginning of the year assessment. And then they can work on it starting now until the middle of the year when they do their middle of the year assessments as well. And then you'll see here, I'm not going to read you numbers, but you see our math English and our math Spanish for our MAP testing as well. So this is an example of our parent report. So all of our parents will receive this MAP report, and you can access that on our parent portal, in addition to our student assessment site. And if those of you attended the community literacy, Como community literacy event on Saturday, we actually had a table set up to show parents how to access not only these family reports for MAP testing, but also STAR assessments as well as grades as well. You'll see here, if you look on the left-hand side where it shows the chart, we can go back real quick, thank you. The left-hand side that shows the chart, this really shows where your particular student as a parent is what percentile. So here's an example that this particular student was in the 69th percentile. So when you read at the bottom, it actually gives our parents, and we have this in English and in Spanish, the reports that they're in the 69th percentile, which means they scored better than 69% of their peers on a national level. That's not a Fort Worth ISD level. If you look on the other side of this chart where you see the colors, here's another example. A high growth student, your student grew from fall 2024 to fall to 2025 in the 98th percentile.
And then we see that green box there. It talks about that this student is likely to meet on the STAR if they take the STAR assessment in the spring of 2026. So this one-page report gives our parents a lot of information, but there's more information in our family reports, but wanted to share this. This is available, like I said, on our parent portal, and if you have difficulty accessing that, all of our campuses are ready and able to help our parents not only access the reports, but then also how to read these reports. So we encourage and we want our parents to ask for these reports and then help our parents, have our staff walk through our parents about what do these reports mean, but then more importantly, what interventions is your child receiving at the campus to be able to address their current MAP testing results. So school actions, this is our topic of our resource campuses. School actions is really the way we, as a district, that we can make change. And you've heard me discuss bold and aggressive moves since taking on as interim and then being named permanent superintendent. This does not mean a one-time thing. This means that we have to continuously think about how can we impact student achievement. And not student achievement for accountability reasons, but student achievement so our students are reading on grade level and performing on grade level. There's many different school actions that we can take, and we've already taken some. You heard me already share in past presentations around our ATSE calendar. And our board, thank you once again for adopting a calendar for 15 campuses that is going to provide 25 additional instructional days for our students. Well, tonight we're going to share with you additional school action that's called a resource campus action. This is a approved school action through our Texas Education Agency. And I'll talk about in a couple slides how we are going to apply to be a designated resource campus. But first, what is a resource campus and what is the criteria? A resource campus a campus has to already have a targeted improvement plan. That means that we have campuses who have been identified that have not been successful for multiple years, that we submit to the state a targeted improvement plan with very specific targets and very specific actions that we are putting in place for our students. It also, a resource campus has what we call the ACE turnaround plan, which is Accelerating Campus Excellence. And we're going to talk about what that ACE turnaround plan means. Also, this is the important part here, is the resource campus has a teacher incentive allotment criteria where at least 50% of the foundational curriculum campus teachers, meaning if they teach a core content areas such as ELA, math, science, and social studies, 50% of those teachers must have a TIA designation. TIA is a teacher incentive allotment where teachers have been able to show that they have more than a year's growth with students in the areas of those core content areas. In Fort Worth ISD, we also have other contents that our teachers are able to get that identification. And then once they are identified as a TIA teacher, they also get additional compensation because they show that they have grown our students more than a year's growth and have received an evaluation from the teacher evaluation we call T-test, that they are able to move our students academically, not only in growth, but then also in achievement as well. And then all of our resource campuses must be part of our additional days school year, our ATSE campuses. So this is limited to elementary and middle schools under current statute, and we have taken advantage of that. So we currently have 15 campuses, and the 7 campuses I'll share with you this evening all have fallen already under the ATSE calendars that we have already adopted. We have high quality instructional materials, HQIM. Those must be state board adopted. We currently have those in place. And then this evening, on our agenda, as you heard our speakers, I'm asking the board to approve our Blue Bonnet curriculum for K through 5, which qualifies as a HQIM, highly qualified instructional material as well. There's staff and requirements to become a resource campus. The principals, assistant principals, and teachers must apply or reapply. That is a requirement of a resource campus. And they have the ability, but they also have to meet the criteria that we have described above. That does not mean that they do not have a job in Fort Worth ISD. That means to be able to teach on these campuses that we are asking you to reapply. And we have done a model very similar before when we first started the leadership academies with those campuses. Some teachers choose not to reapply. They want a different campus. They want something closer to home. They want to explore different opportunities. So when we say of reapply and what we're forcing on teachers, this is part of the criteria, but it's also a teacher choice if they want to do it. We are not mandating a teacher has to reapply, but it is a requirement as a resource campus for the principal, assistant principals, and the teachers. And all the foundational curriculum campus teachers must have 2 years experience. That is a criteria as well. To be a TIA designated teacher, it takes you a year to be able to earn that designation. And then, of course, with having 2 years experience, we have data we're able to pull to show research and proven results that the teachers we're putting in front of these students have, for 2 years, been able to grow students academically more than a year's growth. Also, a requirement is that for every 300 students, we must have at least one counselor in place for each campus, and then a licensed mental health professional in addition to that counselor. And then these campuses have at least 3 unacceptable performance ratings of a D or an F or a not rated in the last 10 years to qualify. There is possibly state funding attached to this model. However, you have to meet the criteria and you have to apply and be accepted by TEA to be able to receive that state funding. So the campuses that have been designated, you'll see here, there's 7 campuses. We have our first 2 campuses, Western Hills Elementary and Western Hills Primary. They're what we call a paired campus. Our Western Hills Primary has pre-K through first grade. They are a paired campus with Western Hills Elementary. Because our Western Hills Primary campus, they do not participate in STAR testing. They do not receive a rating. However, since that campus feeds into the elementary campus that does have a accountability rating, it is a paired campus. So we have designated this campus already an ADSI campus, and now will be a resource campus for the 26-27 school year. You'll see also we have an unacceptable rating for 3 years in a row, Clifford Davis, which that campus has been designated. We have Eastern Hills Elementary and West Hanley Elementary. These campuses were consolidated this school year. We are building a brand new campus on this site of Eastern Hills Elementary. Last year, in the late fall, early spring, we brought different boundary changes and the board vote for consolidation of West Hanley and Eastern Hills. And then also new boundaries for some of those students also went to Sagamore Hill. So these campuses have been consolidated for this school year. But when we look at that, we have consolidated unacceptable campus of 2 years and unacceptable campus of 3 years together onto one campus. Their rating still warrants and meets the criteria for a resource campus. We are being bold and aggressive in Fort Worth. When we look at our middle school, I've been very transparent and I have a sense of urgency around our middle schools. I know the foundation of elementary schools is very important. However, I cannot ignore my middle school students that are sitting on middle school campuses. And my elementary school students feed into these middle school campuses. This isn't just about criteria of teachers. This is also putting systems in place for these campuses. You'll see here we have 3 middle schools that have been designated, one with an unacceptable year 4 and 2 an unacceptable year 3. We have William James and we have Morningside Middle. our board took the bold action to agree to consolidate middle school, Morningside Middle School and William James, and we are building a brand-new middle school on the William James site that we have already started doing design work. For me, you cannot combine and consolidate two campuses with two different models. It's very important that this action that we're taking for William James is also necessary for Morningside Middle. When these two campuses and staff come together, the systems must already be in line. The calendars have to also align and also be shared calendars. There's no reason to wait until the consolidation happens. And plus, we look at Morningside, they are unacceptable campus 3 years in a row. So they meet the criteria for a resource campus as well. And then we have Wedgwood Middle School. Our Wedgwood Middle School consolidated into our 6, 7, and 8 campus and has been unacceptable for 3 years in addition to that. So I do want to just say to Ms. Camacho, when you talk about accountability, and you spoke earlier, this resonated with me because I am held accountable for campuses that are continuously not performing. And I have to be held accountable for having a school action and doing something about it. And we are putting a lot of things in place and we are seeing success, but it's not enough. So this is how I'm holding myself accountable, my staff accountable, as well as I'm asking the board to hold me accountable by putting this school action in place for resource campuses. When you look at how we will impact 7 campuses with students and parents, this can change the trajectory of them being on grade level. By putting teachers with proven results. That does not mean the teachers that are currently in the staff members on those campuses are not working hard and they're not valued. And anyone who's giving that message to the teachers on those campuses, that is false message. But these students, they have to have the best teachers in front of them. Teachers have the research and the results that show that. Teachers with experience and teachers who have shown that growth for our students. So there's many ways when I look and we make these decisions. And right here, I want to show you just an example, and I have one for each campus. And you're going to see commonalities here when we look at these characteristics here. This is Western Hills Primary. And Western Hills Primary, they have made some great gains when we look at their circle testing for our pre-K assessment, their growth from last year from 23 to 24, 25 school year in areas of kinder and first grade when we look at reading. However, it's still not enough. But here's another characteristic, the chronic absenteeism. 34% of that campus has chronic absenteeism. Students who are not at school, it's hard for them to learn. But then you look at their mobility rate. And this is why I say no one can say our teachers and staff on those campuses are not working hard. The mobility rate on this campus alone is 43%. Students moving in and out of that campus, 43%. That is very hard for teachers. It's very hard for teachers who do not have experience to also try to grow our students there. And then we look at what is that campus. So when we talk about reapply, we already have three teachers on the recognized rating and 3 at exemplary and 1 at masters that are already TIA designated. So of course we want those teachers to reapply and be part of the resource campus for Western Hills Primary. But then here I want to show at the bottom where you see teacher vacancies. And when we talk about, when Mr. Poole shares with us about out of classroom size and out of compliance and over the 22-to-1, we know that. That is not what we want. But I need kids with qualified teachers. And it's hard to staff some of these schools. And you're going to see that common characteristics as I go through each of these slides about each campus. And when you look at end of the year, they had 4 vacancies. Currently, there's 3 vacancies on this campus. It's not lack of trying. It's not lack of trying from the principal, from our talent management, from our recruiters. We're trying to recruit teachers there. But think about asking teachers. You're going to ask a brand new teacher to walk onto a campus with 43 student mobility rate in a campus that's already an acceptable rating. And then when you look at our teacher turnover rate there, 19% last school year. 19% of that campus had a teacher turnover rate. I'm going to move to Western Hills Elementary. That's the paired campus. This one looks a little different. This is when we start looking at accountability ratings and you have STAR. Just as a reminder to our stakeholders who are new to our accountability rating, STAR we're measured in 3 domains. Domain 1, if you look on that right side, is around student achievement. That is simply, did a student at that grade level, did they approach meeting the standards? Did they meet all the standards to that grade level? Or did they master all the standards to that grade level? When you look at Western Hills Elementary, and you look over the years, they are currently unacceptable for 4 years in a row. They have an overall D rating. They did advance from an F rating, but when you look at domain 1 at a 50, domain 2 at a 60, and there's lots of calculations in these, and it can get very deep and in the weeds, but I want to explain to you the overall picture of why these campuses are chosen as well. Their mobility rate, this is their paired campus with Western Hills Primary, is 42.6%. Chronic absenteeism is 31.3%. Different resources, different needs need to be put in place for these campuses. When you look at teachers who are TIA designated, we have 4 recognized, 2 exemplary at that campus. And then, of course, that campus also currently has 2 vacancies for that campus as well. Moving on to Clifford Davis Elementary. Clifford Davis is a little unique when we talk about Clifford Davis. Our campus, they have many, many different languages. Some of our students have never been to school before when they walk through the doors. A lot of them are refugees. They have never had any formalized schooling at all or education. Some of their languages are not in a written format. We cannot translate parent letters home because there's not a language to translate them into. There's not a way for us to do that. We have to exhaust all of our volunteers and assistants to make sure we have translators on board. We have to use some wonderful resources across our community to help our parents engage with this campus. It's a very difficult campus. We have to do something different for this campus as well. They qualify for a resource campus. When you look at their overall ratings, they have, for the past 3 years, been an F-rated campus. And then you can go through the domains. We do have 3 TIA teachers on that campus that are currently there. When you look at the teacher turnover rate, 26% to retain. 26% of our teachers' turnover rate at Clifford Davis Elementary. Also, you're going to see a decrease in enrollment. They went from 867 students last year to 598. That's a decrease of 269 students this year. And that just shows the impact of what's happening across our nation. So this is probably stabilizing for a while for new refugees coming in. So we've already seen a decrease on that campus. West Hanley Elementary, and you're going to see 2 slides, West Hanley Elementary as well as Eastern Hills. Those are the 2 campuses I shared at the beginning. In unacceptable 2 years. However, Eastern Hills, unacceptable 3 years. Consolidating those 2 campuses allow us to meet that criteria. With consolidation, they're at 537 students. You'll see at West Hanley, their overall accountability rating right now is at a 47. We have 5 vacancies on that campus, but we do have 3 TIA teachers that are recognized, that are considered recognized to have that designation. The teacher turnover rate is at 10%. However, when you look at their mobility rate, it's 28.7. If you go to the next slide, these are the students. This is last year's results of them moving into that campus. Once again, we have an overall rating as a F campus, 3rd year unacceptable. We have teacher turnover rate 10%. And the mobility rate for Eastern Hills was 37% last year of students moving in and out of that campus. If you know Eastern Hills Elementary from before, very heavy with apartments, just a lot of community help that's needed over in that area as well as safety and security just for our families over there. Going into our middle school campuses, our first one is William James Middle School. It has currently been 4 years unacceptable. You'll see we are decreasing enrollment in that middle school with our mobility rate of 22.1. And this is what is a little unique about this campus. We have no teachers that are currently designated as a recognized exemplary or master teacher. So when I talk about hardworking staff, they are working very hard. There's a lot of teacher, you look at 27% teacher turnover rate. They currently have 1 vacancy. However, we still have students going to that campus that we're not showing more than a year's growth for those students. Our next slide is Morningside Middle School. And you see they as well have a decrease in enrollment of 388 students. Overall, they're unacceptable for 3 years in a row. They currently have 3 vacancies, but they do have 3 teachers who have designation for teacher incentive allotment that will be able to reapply on that resource campus. And then our last campus is Wedgwood Middle School. Wedgwood Middle School has a mobility rate of 25.5, chronic absenteeism 30%. But they do have 5 teachers who are designated for teacher incentive allotment, and they have currently 5 vacancies on that campus as well. So our next slide, when I talk about what's the characteristics, and I talk about what every child deserves in Fort Worth ISD and where they can thrive. I want to reiterate, we're not saying that the staff and employees on that campus are not working hard. However, I'm holding myself accountable to do a school action to provide proven teachers who have shown growth in front of those students. The characteristics we saw of student mobility rate, chronic absenteeism, and vacancies, we have to figure out how to address those with different resources. These are multiple year unacceptable campuses, and they're facing many, many challenges that some of us don't see for some of our students who attend other campuses. But it gives me even more urgency to do something different for these 7 campuses. We need experienced teachers with teacher incentive allotment. They're going to have the additional counselor per 300 students, a licensed mental health professional, high quality. But what's important that we're going to talk about is strategic compensation. Because how can we get the teachers to want to teach there? And we have to be strategic, and we have to be able to compensate teachers who want to go and they want to stay. They want to stay, and they want to make sure that they're working with the neediest students in our district right now. So when we talk about FAQs, like why now? Like I've been asked that many times, why are you announcing this now? It's September. We just really started a school year. We're 6 weeks in. Why are you doing it now? Because I have to do it now. To recruit for 7 campuses for the needs of these campuses will take me the entire school year to find the best. And I'm not talking about just internal recruitment, I'm talking about also external recruitment. It's about multiple job fairs, it's about going and actually going out to other districts surrounding our Metroplex, finding teachers who are already designated TIA teachers in different districts and telling them, come be part of this team, come be part of this school action, and come be part of Fort Worth ISD. And you will not only get your teacher incentive allotment, but we're going to pay you extra on top of that. We will have some teachers who will be surpassing assistant principals and close to principals that are on other traditional campuses. But we're asking you to come work with the neediest students that we have in our district right now. So it's a sense of urgency. And that's why I am doing it now. I'm not trying to disrupt the campus and culture and climate of those 7 campuses, but I have to take this time now and spend a whole year planning and recruiting, and then also looking at school calendars Middle schools, I mean, for these 3 middle schools we've designated, does that school time work? We need to talk to the parents, we need to talk to the community, we need to build a calendar that works for these 3 middle schools, arrival and departure time. Do they need to come to school earlier? Do we need a longer school day for these 7 campuses? This year, all the 25 additional instructional days are during the summer. What does that need to look like for the 26-27 school year? All of that has to be done now. In the past, in our district, and I have been in our district, I've been part of that, we have waited too long to roll something out, and we haven't taken the time to plan it. So these 7 campuses are getting our full attention and recruitment and the urgency to take this school year to be ready for a full implementation and rollout in 26-27. And there's no attendance zones. The attendance zones do not change. Everyone that's enrolled and is supposed to feed into these campuses will be part of this initiative as well. So what happens to the current staff? Yes, we do have to reapply, and we went over that. Our custodial staff, our safety and security, our child nutrition staff, all of those roles, they do not need to apply. We're talking about our instructional support staff. Those are the ones who need to reapply. But like I say, this is not because they're not working hard. We have a place in our district for our teachers who want to still be part, and we will help them. Like I said, we have done this before, and we have spots for them. You heard Mr. Poole, we have teacher vacancies. We have out of compliance. Those campuses that our board has to approve tonight, it's not because there's not a teacher vacancy that we can't fill. We have out of compliance classrooms because we can't fill our vacancies. So we will have a place for them to be able to fill our vacancies so we can make sure we're not causing the bridge classrooms or causing out of compliance. That is not what we strive for. However, it also is important, I'll get on my out of compliance kick in a minute, but it's also important that we put our students in with a certified teacher as much as we can within that grade level. If that means for 2 students over versus having a substitute in the classroom that has no background in teaching and no qualifications or training, I'm going to put 2 extra teachers or 2 extra students in that classroom because they deserve to be with a certified teacher as well. And that is why we pay a stipend that other districts do not do. We pay a stipend for out of compliance classrooms. Are we going to make sure the best teachers are at how are we going to make sure? Well, the TIA money helps, but then we will be offering additional compensation, and we'll have a whole different salary structure for our teachers and our principals and our assistant principals who commit to working on these campuses. We are starting to recruit October 1. We are working on job descriptions. We are working on already job fairs, rolling it out. And when we find the right people and the right people who want to take on this challenge, we are signing them up, we are committing them, and we are making sure that we are already starting to provide any of the training they need for the 26-27 school year. How does the funding work? Well, we have to meet the criteria that was laid out to be a resource campus, but that doesn't matter to me. I will build our general budget around to make sure that we are going to meet the needs for these resource campuses and for the compensation for the staff on these campuses. Of course, we want to be able to engage and take advantage of the additional funding that comes for a resource campus, but if we miss that criteria, for some reason we can't find 50%, we are still going to build it in our general budget to cover it, because that's how important this is. We are not just relying on the state accepting our application to be a resource campus. The amount per student will definitely increase, but we do have to apply for that. But all the additional funds will go back on those campuses for the students and for compensation. Any additional funds we generate will not go into the district's general fund. They go back to those 7 campuses for what they need and to support them. Our next steps. This is our planning year. This is why I'm rolling it out. This is why I'm announcing it so early, because we have to have a planning year. This is a very aggressive step to do 7 campuses, especially 3 middle schools. But this has to be done for our students. So this is our planning year. We need to make sure we have plenty of time to be deliberate, to plan it out, to also communicate about it, to talk to our parents about it, and then also see who our current staff internally from other campuses who are interested. Also, we have some fantastic leaders in this campus that are going to be ready to take this on. I've already had a couple emails. I want to know more about it. I have internal principals who want to know more about what does it take to be a principal at one of these resource campuses. And then we will ask if we meet the criteria. We apply to Texas Education Agency asking for the designation of a resource campus. It is a very rigorous process and a criteria to meet, and I know that. But we're up for it, Fort Worth ISD. All of our teams, all of our departments have committed to it as well. And we're just asking that our public and our community rally and commit to it, to us, and help us really transform these 7 campuses and the lives of the students who will go there. And I think about our students we haven't even met. My 4-year-olds who are going to go onto those elementary campuses next year. Our 5th graders who feed into those middle school campuses next year. This is life-changing for them. And then 2026 and 2027 is our implementation year. So we're very excited about that. Our next topic, strengthening literacy, our K through 5. And that is our Bluebonnet curriculum that I'm asking our board to adopt this evening. And I want to share with you why, and I want to share with you the benefits, not only for our students, but for our teachers and for our parents that this curriculum does provide for us. Because I do believe literacy. Those of you who have listened to me speak, who have grown up in this system with me as a professional, literacy is my passion. And just like everyone else has been studying Bluebonnet, I have been studying Bluebonnet. I have been reading the lessons. I have been looking at each one, and I get excited about what this can offer, not only our students, but the benefits, as I said, for our employees and our staff as well. So when you talk about Bluebonnet, there is requirements. This is not a curriculum that we have, chosen that is not on the approved list. It is approved list. That is a commitment that we have made in Fort Worth ISD that we only adopt a high-quality instructional material. And I believe this is a high-quality instructional material. And this is not because the threat of a takeover. This is from what we are listening from teachers. We had a speaker tonight and who has spoken in the past about the struggle with what we're trying to implement. And I'm going to share with you how this curriculum will help those teachers who have had concerns with the implementation of our framework even this year. House Bill 1605, it is directed that TEA has to have to create a state-owned high-quality instructional material. Bluebonnet does meet that. We do have the phonics. One of our speakers discussed tonight about teaching a child to learn to read. Teaching a child to learn to read is done through the foundational skills as well as the knowledge part. We have the phonics in place this year, and this is adding that second layer that is a continuation of this curriculum. It is approval and access. The State Board of Education, whatever their resume is, they are our State Board of Education, and they approved this curriculum. This is on the approval list. And it went through the new IMRA process, that stands for Instructional Materials Review and Approval Process. It went through that process. It had transparent development by Texas teachers, families, and a public review. It is fully aligned to not only our TEKS, but our ALPS for all of our students who are emergent bilingual, and not just in Spanish, but in other languages. It's fully aligned with those as well. And it has the science of reading. that is proven embedded in this curriculum. And as Trinae shared, the teacher and family support and the resources that is provided in this new curriculum. We cannot internally create all the resources that is provided here. There's no way that we can do that internally. I don't have the staff, and I don't have the budget to even employ the staff to create what they're going to provide to us for our students. So why is it the right steps? I'm going to start with students. Students first, kids first. That's my motto. So why is this a benefit for my students and our students here in Fort Worth ISD? It's a unified literacy approach. When we talk about literacy, we always talk about not only reading, and you can't teach vocabulary in isolation. Grammar goes with writing. When I look at the amount of our students who scored a 0 in their open-ended responses and on our STAR assessments because of the lack of the writing structure, it's huge. We have to have our students writing from pre-K until high school until they graduate. When we talk about our students not able to do a college essay to get into college, that's on me, that's on us, not having a structured curriculum in place from the get-go. Students need to learn to write in elementary school. Bluebonnet has that embedded into it, a very structured writing that comes daily. Even in their demonstration of learning, their DOLs, this will provide that access to writing for our students. Students must have that. Adults have to have that. Adults were students. They grow up. We have to have that part in there. They're taught together in a content structure. It's not in isolation. When we talk about those of us who are a little older, who have been in this profession a while, we taught thematically, we taught units, we talked writing across curriculum. It wasn't in isolation. This curriculum is bringing that back. Right now, we're trying to embed that into our current curriculum at Amplify. There's a small piece in, but we're trying to scaffold that. It's already here for us. Knowledge-rich content. These units integrate science, history, and literature. We know it's hard for an elementary teacher. We call them self-contained elementary teachers. And most of our teachers in the K-3 space and some in our 4th grade space, they teach every subject area. That means they have to plan for a reading lesson, a math lesson, a science lesson, a social studies lesson. And then they have to pull in probably a writing lesson. This gives us the ability to provide our students with integrated lessons to be able to expose them to science history by building that background and deepening the comprehension in those content areas as well. And then, as I just shared, just using text evidence to strengthen not only the writing. If you please go and look at this resource and show how many times they produce writing on a daily basis. Opportunities for students in K-5 to write every single day. That's part of the curriculum, and teachers don't have to plan it, they don't have to think about it. It's given there right to them. And you can access everything online and look at it. It has on grade level text. And you heard me at the last meeting that our students, we cannot have low expectations. We have to expose them every day to on grade level text. Students are behind who are already at grade level or more behind. When you keep exposing them to lower text in grade level curriculum, they will never grow. They will rise up every single time when we provide them. Now it's up to us to scaffold. This curriculum shows us how to scaffold. That scaffolding, to be able to scaffold and make sure they make those connections, is right there built into the curriculum. Today, we had, actually it was our chief of schools was at a campus today and shared with me, and I shared with the board. We had a student who had never, they do their student data tracking after their first 6-week assessment today. He has never had a master's, never received master's, meaning he mastered the content of the first 6 weeks. He's never done that. 4th or 5th grade student. And she showed me a picture of him in the hallway with his teacher, putting a blue dot that means masters for their color coding. And I almost, it's like emotional. The joy in his eyes, the confidence. Like our students deserve that every day. And we have to put the best teachers and the best curriculum in front of them. He had never experienced that. And thankfully someone caught that on camera and shared it. And that's our why up here. And that has to be our why across this district. If there's a better resource, I have to put it in front of our students. Also, it does celebrate Texas. We love Fort Worth and we love Texas. If you're a Texan, I'm a Texan, and we have to celebrate the rich history of Texas. And here's just some of the lessons that spotlight. It exposes our students to, Hector Garcia, Opal Lee, right here in the backyard of Fort Worth. And it teaches them some of the great history of Texas as well. So why is Bluebonnet right? And this actually helps us with some of our public comment with some of our teachers right here in Fort Worth ISD. And I thank Amanda Ine. She always shares some of the struggles that she's having, or maybe other teachers are having. And this really is going to help our teachers. The things that she's sharing here at public comment at each meeting, this curriculum is going to help our teachers. When she talks about the IPC and the slides, or maybe the DOL alignment, all of this is written into the new curriculum. Right now, our staff is trying to write and formulate and structure, amplify into our IPC calendar. And they're doing an amazing job, But Bluebonnet provides all of that. So the structure we're already putting in place with Amplify will be an easy transition for our teachers. But then it takes also out some of the concerns we're hearing. Some of the concerns I heard tonight about the slides as well as 6-week assessment alignment. It's all right here already built in. If you look there on the right-hand side of your screen, it talks about daily IPCs. And what we did is we took the Bluebonnet and we showed you how it's already built around our curriculum framework. Look at the teacher guide link that has the embedded instructional materials right there, the vocabulary, the ELPs, where we're writing to make those connections across our curriculum and our content. We have our bilingual department working with our ELA department that's also working with our special education department. And it's already done here. The state has done it for us. It's already in place. The know and show, the lesson sides that we have heard concerns about, because we're making those. Those are starting points that we're trying to provide our teachers to make their planning easier. That's why we're doing it. We know it's important. Bluebonnet provides that for us. The know and show is already there, and the lesson slides are already there. So when we hear concerns that our internal work that we're working very hard to provide for our teachers is not maybe what they feel is up to par, well, here's a resource that is state adopted, state approved, aligned with the curriculum as well. However, I will challenge anyone who wants to say that. I feel like our curriculum writers, like I said, are doing a fantastic job. And MJ, I want to thank you again for all the work that you and your team are doing. And we know the concern, we heard the concern that they're receiving the IPCs late. That's because we're doing all this work internally. We're doing this for our teachers to provide this to our students, but we're doing it. This new curriculum in K through 5 will make sure it's already in place. So someone can go ahead 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, it's all right there. And then our demonstration of learning link, our DOL link is there. You'll see there on the bottom of that chart. So all of those are embedded ahead of time as well. So everything that we're already trying to put in place with Amplify, which is a good curriculum. Amplify is great. But when you have a curriculum that is maybe a 6 or 7, and the state is saying, here's a 9 or a 10, with resources that take the planning time and then also take the internal time for the curriculum writing and the posting we're doing this for K through 12. And now we'll have this for K through 5 that's already aligned and completed to be able to share. And then, of course, the integrations, we're already doing the IPC. And then we have STAR embedded lessons. It's not, people can say teaching to the test. That's how we're held accountable to the test. We're not teaching to the test, but the students have to see how things are formatted and how it's going to be tested. It's not fair to not to expose them to a STAR formatted instruction as well. But that's not the daily lesson that we're doing. But they do have those resources embedded into StarWrite. It also, as we've already shared, it has how we're teaching writing, very explicit, and then into the units as well that our students and our parents can access. So why amplify to Bluebonnet? Well, because of the upgrades. If there's a better resource and an upgrade resource for our students and for our teachers, and I'm going to show you the parent piece in a minute, and for our parents, then I must put that in front of our students. So the continuity for the teachers, when we talk about lessons, routines, and the structures, it really does mirror Amplify, and it already mirrors our instructional planning calendar. One of the things we heard in public comment a couple months ago from one of our speakers was not having enough time during new teacher orientation, not having enough resource. That is why we're doing it now. We're going to be able to make sure we're taking time to do the transition, to expose our teachers to it currently, to be able to provide any questions, to start all of our lesson planning for the 26-27 school year. Just like the resource campus, we're taking a long runway and we're making sure we have time to do this right. It's the same with a new curriculum as well, in addition to that. The pacing and design, it looks very familiar. It does help on the reducing on the learning curve. So I've heard I've gotten lots of emails like, why are you changing? We're changing the content that's provided in the lessons, but the structure is the same. Our teachers are not going to have to learn a new structure. And I know that because we had over 300 teachers who actually reviewed, who took the time to came on their own volunteer basis to review the Bluebonnet curriculum in April that we'll talk about. So the feedback in April, we held multiple sessions. And as I said, this was just thrown out. Do you want to come and look at it? We did multiple, we looked at a couple different curriculums. Bluebonnet was one of them. And 300 teachers, and we have the feedback. And they valued the consistency of the structure across the grade levels. Some of our teachers go from second grade to third grade, or third grade to first grade each year. They may move. The structure is the same across the grade level. So our teachers who may decide to move, or their principals ask them to move a grade level, that structure is already going to be in place. It's going to be an easy transition. The phonics, the grammar, the reading, the comprehension, the writing is all put together in a single literacy block. They love that. And time-saving lesson designs as well. And it really does promote that student engagement when you look at the lessons. Internally, we are providing what our teachers already in our IPCs, what they said they value. However, this is putting all our materials together, and it's creating something that's already provided from the state to us. So this is my favorite slide, is the Bluebonnet family letters. So this is really addresses our strategic priority number 2, student and family engagement. When I talk about the importance of parents and I talk about accountability, I do want parents to hold us accountable. I do want stakeholders to hold us accountable. Right now, we're not able to share with our parents exactly what their students are learning each lesson, down to the story, down to the vocabulary. But then more important, who struggles when you get home to ask your child about school? How was school today? Okay. What did you learn? Nothing. We all get that. It doesn't matter. I mean, every child does that. So I had to learn as a parent, how do I restructure my questioning? This resource gives you the questions that you can ask them. And it says a conversation starters. I know it's hard to read on the screen. If you look at the bottom, it says conversation starters. Think about driving in a car. Not many of us get the ability to sit down and have like family dinner at 5:45, or we're doing practices, we're doing drop-offs, dance class, or whatever. But think about even having these conversation starters to be able to talk with your students why they're getting ready for bed, why we're doing drop-off, why they're getting ready for school, or you're dropping them off in the morning. Or if they have someone after school that watches them, like, hey, can you ask them about this and talk to them? This provides our parents not only with what story are they reading, what are they going to learn, what's vocabulary, but here's how you can engage with your student. Every student should be able to answer these questions. It's hard to be a parent nowadays, to juggle everything. And we want our parents to be part of the education, so this is going to help them as well. Also, these letters come in Spanish and English. By adopting this curriculum early this evening, we are committing to the next 5 languages that are most, I'm trying to get my words here, our top 5 languages other than English and Spanish within our district that we will now have time to take and get translated, these parent letters and engagement letters, if we adopt this curriculum this evening. We will have time, we will have all this year to have our translators work on it to make sure K through 5, the next 5 languages will have the ability to have this. What an amazing resource for our parents to have. For parents who never get a communication in their home language. But we can do this if we have the time and this resource here in front of us. Internally, we cannot produce what they just produced. And I'm not going to ask my teachers in each classroom to produce that. That's not fair. That's not fair to ask them to do that when I have a resource that can provide that already. There is a benefit of cost with this. Total cost for our English and Spanish is around $2.4 million. And we are a district that's in a deficit budget. Is that the only reason why to look at it? No. But when we talk about responsibility and accountability, it is my responsibility when I can find savings to provide resources for our students and for our teachers that I leverage those. So for our district, we will get this curriculum that is worth $2.4 million. We will get reimbursed for free. So we will not have to take that out of our budget next year. That is a huge win for our district. Professional learning and rollout. Our literacy department, they're ready to go with lessons as well as working in collaboration teams. It's just going to be putting it into our already structured format around our pace and sequence, around our school calendar. Our campus-based instructional teams, our demonstration teachers, as well as our acceleration teachers will have this year as well to preview all the lessons and the content to really hone in on their craft and to rehearse as well. We're going to integrate in our IPCs, and then the last 6 weeks of the school year, we'll start to introduce it. This gives our teachers the ability to provide and rehearse and practice. Instead of saying, teachers, come to summer training, or we're going to cram it in those 3 professional development days we have at the beginning of the year, we can roll it out the last 6 weeks of our school year so our teachers get used to it. And then our 15 campuses that are designated ADSI, for the elementary campuses designated, we are able to implement during the summer. And that is a huge benefit for us. It's also for our teachers who are new when they're coming in. We have the curriculum already ready to start training them and having them preview it as well. And they come on to our ADSI campuses when we're there during the summer. Watch how we're teaching, watch the curriculum, watch the instructional delivery in place. When we talk about having model classrooms, think about having model schools for new teachers during the summertime. And then, of course, just fine-tuning our professional development through the year. So, final, what do our parents need to know? These two actions tonight, resource campuses and Bluebonnet curriculum, they are necessary for our students. It's necessary for those 7 campuses that we're designating, for the students who are sitting on those campuses, but then also for the students who are going to be joining those campuses next year. It's very important. It's about opportunity. I have to put the best opportunity in front of our students. And then when we talk about high-quality instructional materials, if there's resources that not only help my teachers, my parents, and my students, then I need to take advantage of that as well. So at this time, I'll open it up to any questions.
Are there any questions or comments? Right, trustees? Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Martinez, and thank you, Dr. Molinar, for this report. Just one question and a comment. One regarding page or slide 18. It mentions that instructional staff must reapply for this is for the resource campuses, that instructional staff must reapply. Does that include administration?
That does include administration.
And does that include counselors, librarians, specials teachers like fine arts and PE as well?
Yes.
Or just the core content teachers?
Any teacher that is a certified teacher, teaching degree, our nurses will not need to reapply.
Okay, so nurses, custodial staff, safety, and child nutrition do not need to reapply?
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And my comment earlier today, I had the pleasure of being in a meeting. It was just kind of timely. It wasn't intentional, but it was timely, where the Bluebonnet curriculum was discussed. And two of the things, well, first of all, there's some Bluebonnet additional resources that the speaker mentioned not everybody is aware of. And one of them is math demo videos, where every math lesson there is a demonstration video that a teacher can watch to better understand how to present this information. And for a first and sometimes even second year teacher, that could be very beneficial. The second one was unit model snapshots, which take the unit in Bluebonnet and reduce it to a one-pager with 3 different columns. One of them in the first column is what are the teacher's tasks. The middle column is what are the students' tasks. And then the third column is for administrators doing walkthroughs as to what they need to be looking for and questions they need to be asking and answering in order to best know whether or not the students are understanding the information and whether or not it's being presented with fidelity. Now, I say that I was in a meeting earlier today, so right now I am not advocating for anything because I need to do more research that I haven't had the time to do, but I want to bring that to the administration's attention just so that if deemed appropriate that we recognize those resources exist and also that we find the funding if needed in order to make sure that our teachers and our administrators have access to them if deemed appropriate.
They are the math videos and have all yes, we are building those into our framework, and they recently are being added. And if you go on there, there's new ones added. They're building their library.
Mm-hmm.
So as they build their library, we're able to connect it into our IPCs.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Trustee Lueros.
Thank you, President Martinez. A couple questions on page 8 and 9. Do we know what is the main reason for mobility?
Mobility, there's multiple reasons for mobility, depending on which campus when we look at it. Perfect example for Eastern Hills Elementary, we have a lot of apartments that feed into it. The same when we look at Western Hills Primary and then Western Hills Elementary as well. A lot of our parents, they don't have the luxury to maybe have the ability to have that stable home all year long, or, and then like any parent, they want to find something better for their family and take advantage of that. So there's that. Some of our students and families experience some situations that they need to leave and to move to a different campus. That's another reason why we appreciate the structure that we put in place this year. So as our students do move campus to campus and we're on the same scope and sequence, we're following our framework, students can walk in and the sense of anxiety of just knowing the structure of the day and the structure of a lesson for math and reading really could take the anxiety level down for them.
Great, thank you. And then on page 28, the $2.4 million, is this a one-time free curriculum? Is it a one-time every year?
Right. So we do get, there's some costs, what we call consumables, that we have to incur each year. And, those, we do get funds for that as well. But that cost changes on a yearly basis depending on the grade level and the enrollment. But those are for any of what we call them consumables, our workbook for our students.
So for next year will be free, and for the year after?
We'll look at that pricing, and then we look at our allocations from the state as well.
Okay, thanks.
Trustee Bridges.
Dr. Mullen, thank you for the presentation. I do greatly appreciate it. And I don't want to seem like Debbie Downer, but I'm just some concerns that I have. And going back to, I think it was page 60, in addressing some of the challenges that we have had, I commend you for addressing the elephant in the room and challenges that we have, and I've said this from the time I got on the board, that we've had in the middle school department, and just making some bold decisions that when it comes to that, and I think that the board has been behind you, and from that perspective. Now, my only challenge is, as I've said many times, where my concerns are with this curriculum, I've not seen anything to say, when we look at the population of students, how do we see in terms of how it works with this population? And then it looks great on paper, and even though I haven't been on the board for 20 years, but I've observed many other things that have come across the table that seem the end all, the do all, and millions of dollars have gone by, and our students still did not move. So, and again, don't want to be the Debbie Downer on that. Part two is that my concern from a community perspective, not one person, and everybody knows that we're doing this, and this is a great presentation, but not one person came out in support of it. And I have never seen, from my personal emails, where I've gotten so many concerns about this curriculum. And part three, my fear is, if we move with the curriculum, what happens if we get sued? I mean, and I don't know if that's illegal. I mean, what happens if in the middle of this someone decides to sue us?
So I'll go to part one. I like this, I'm a rule follower.
Yes.
So part one, and when we talk about populations, we have seen, and I actually not only, but I'm going to use our accountability ratings that recently released. We had campuses with populations that have never succeed. Right. I mean, just tremendous growth for some of those campuses. But that was with just tweaks we put in place. Really, the second semester, we saw that growth. And that was our teachers digging in, our specialists helping and intervening. Our district, our majority of our population is the minority population, first of all. And for the first time, we are putting actual systems and structure in place and non-negotiables across this district. And you can tell by some of our public comment, they don't like it. But we're also hearing for people who don't like it who have not gotten results for students with the population that you're sharing with me this evening. We have to put structures in place. We have to put monitoring in place. And we have to put accountability in place. When we do these spot checks, they don't need to come at the beginning of the lesson. They need to come in anytime. A spotlight is looking at the first teach, the reteach, and the acceleration, the challenge. Like, we need to see that our teachers are doing all three all throughout that literacy block. That's important because we're great at that first teach. And then after that, and that has been historical in our district, we stop. And if the kids didn't get it, that's not our problem. So now that's why we have these things in place where we're going in. We're looking at DOL's demonstration of learning. 5 questions to see if our teachers, or see if our students were able, how successful were they? And when we look at it and our students weren't successful, we have to ask ourselves why they weren't successful. So this is a whole change of reflection of our practice. And we're professionals. We went to college. We have multiple degrees, to do this. But we have to reflect that it's not our kids. All of our kids can learn. And when I look at these 7 campuses, the growth measure, like, our students should be growing on those campuses. At least when we look at Domain 2, that's about growth. You're talking about students who are more than a year behind. Like, those are the ones that are the easiest to grow if we're taking the time and looking at each kid and what they need. Each student what they need, and we look at that data after those 5 questions, and we put them in the reteach or we put them in the challenge. And that's what you're going to see that's different about this. And it's not curriculum driven, it's structure driven first, but the curriculum has to be able to provide those resources and that relief to our teachers. As a teacher, it is hard work to teach and to have like a reteach lesson planned out, a challenge lesson planned out, a small group planned out, my slides planned out. That is hard, but that's what our students need. They change every day, and we have to be able to pivot and change with them and for them. This resource has given us that. And I'm not asking my teachers to stay up for 2, 3, 4 hours grading any longer. We're giving it to you. If you want to tweak the slides, tweak the slides. Don't complain about the slides. Make the slides work. We put professional learning communities. We have put our budget in place, especially for our middle school and our high schools, to have planning time throughout the day to work together to make the tweaks necessary that they feel in this framework. We're not saying the slide has to look exactly the same. When people say it's scripted, it's not scripted. That's why we give you that build-in time and the build-in block. Make it work for your students. But we also, before, we heard that teachers, all they were doing were lesson plans, and it's taking time. So we're putting things in place. We're not going to, not everyone's going to like everything, but now I'm hearing the feedback, I'm hearing the concerns, and I have a curriculum that can provide that and resources for our teachers and for our parents to know what's going on in the classroom as well. And part 3, being sued. I don't know. I don't know what happens. I know that I'm required to have a high quality instructional material in place, and this was a state board adopted one of education. So I feel very confident that I'm following that rule. And it is on the approved list as well. And the funding I get from the state covers that purchase. So I feel very confident that I'm following what has been put before me by the Texas Education Agency.
I might interject, Trustee Bridges and Board, that we can certainly have a discussion with regard to any legal implications in closed session under attorney advice.
Did you have additional questions or comment?
One more. Once again, thank you for the presentation. I've got to say this from my own the elephant that's in the room, from the feedback that I get, the concern from the school's perspective of us picking I hate to say this, the preferred religion. Because as we go through the curriculum and a little bit that I've seen and I've read about it, that's what concerns me. I've got many students who have Muslim background, Jehovah's Witness, you can keep going on and on and on. I'm a bit concerned. And again, I cut both of my right arms off to get exactly what you're talking about. I mean that for my kids. But at the same time, there is a concern when we are concerned about reaching all of our children. What kind of message? And I'm just being honest, this is the feedback I'm getting that by way of email, and I was impressed with, I think he's still here, it was a gentleman who was a pastor, who's come and said who said the exact same things to me, the concern.
So I did read the lessons that have some concerns and that were designated. I read those myself. I went through them. And we're using the Bible as a piece of literature to refer to, of characters to teach a standard. I did not see how we were teaching religion. I saw how we were using like I said, a piece of literature, and through that literature, a story, using vocabulary to get the vocabulary, a story of characteristics of characters as well. That's what I saw. Bluebonnet is also open to the public of those lessons. I will tell you that there's 18 lessons that have any type of reference out of 726 lessons. And we have, let's see, first grade, there's 3 lessons. Fourth grade, there's 1 lesson. I'm asking the board to approve a resource that is better for our students and our teachers and our parents. And I do understand the concern, that's not lost on me, but it's a better resource. It's what we need here in our district for the structure and for what it can provide for us. Thank you.
Trustee Lynch?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the report, Dr. Molnar. Out of curiosity, so with these resource campuses, 50% are TIA designated. So I assume that they have to come from in the state of Texas, correct?
That is correct, 50% to meet the criteria of a resource campus. Now, that means that we have the other 50%, we find teachers who meet the experience criteria. They are able to then, of course, try to reach the designation the second year once they're in. And we know the criteria is not 100%, it's 50% per content. So we will have some teachers on those campuses who are not designated TIA. So there could be some out-of-state teachers who are willing to come. They would not, of course, have the compensation for the TIA, but they would have the compensation to work at the resource campus.
Okay. All right. And obviously this is a bold step, and change is hard but necessary. So if somebody was interested in, conversations I've had with a lot of people is teachers. I want to be a teacher, but I can't afford to live.
Yeah.
So this could be a very attractive option for a lot of people. So people that are interested, I know there's a lot of eyes that watch these meetings. Where should they go, or where should they reach out to?
So Mr. Bailey and his team, they will be rolling out. We are going to rename it. So it won't be called Resource Campuses. We will rename it under Fort Worth ISD umbrella. There will be a whole launch. That's why we're doing this now, so we can launch it. And there will be special recruitment and hiring fairs, as well as interest meetings that we will not only do in person, but virtually as well for teachers who are external who want to learn more about it. So we'll be rolling that out, and probably the next 2 weeks, we actually were accepted to be part of a cohort to do some planning around ADSE. So we're mixing this ADSE prep in for the resource campus as well. So we'll be participating, and then we also get some technical support with that.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I
And we'll
have.
release dates and timelines as we get. If we're ready by the board workshop on the 14th, we'll release the resource campus timelines for all of our upcoming events.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Trustee Phillips?
Thank you, President Martinez. Dr. Molinar, thank you so much for this presentation. The resource campus aspect of things, I am very grateful for the framework and what you're attempting to put in place here. I am confident that it'll work. We've had several iterations of different things under previous administration, even in our last administration, had a student performance framework, which I actually thought was a brilliant idea. We never really got to implement that with fidelity for obvious reasons and things, and that's okay. But this is a new iteration of that in a different way, as far as seeing an actual issue and attempting to do full court press, go all in on what it's going to take in order to be able to make substantive, real, quick change, to really try to tackle the problem and make sure that we're growing and learning the way that we need to. So I love it. I love the resource campus idea, the iteration, the model. And so I am hopeful that if indeed it does pass, that we see the results that I believe that we're going to see. And I believe under your leadership, we will see exactly that. I also appreciate your passion behind the curriculum that you're presenting tonight, the Bluebonnet curriculum, because I can tell the sincerity in your voice about it. I know, I'm privy to the behind the scenes of the sleepless nights that you're trying to agonize over what is the best thing to be able to do for our students. You sit in that seat with my full support because I know that to be true about you, that you are student-centered and that you put students first, and you as a superintendent attempting to do the very best you can. This is the best thing to come across to you, to be able to say, this is comprehensive. This is what I can really utilize to push the needle where I want it to go. And as much as I absolutely appreciate that, Brother Wallace talked a moment ago about the elephant in the room, it still has not been addressed. The fact that the presentation itself, sign me up for all of that, right? All of those resources, all of those things that are coming in play. But it really is at what cost? At what cost? Because we're still talking about a religious component to this that is being, however we want to put it, but basically subverted in, snuck in under the radar. It's only a few, right? It's only a little language here and there. It's only a Bible story. And not even a slippery slope. That's a direct shot in the idea that we're now putting religion into our schools. Private schools are for religious education. Catholic school, church schools, public schools are for all children. I profess myself to be a believer in Christ. And so when these things are happening in the auspice of religion, usually those things are supposed to be wins for me. When someone is saying that they want to put the 10 Commandments in every school, my soul says, oh, absolutely, I want kids to know that. But the realization is like, that's not my decision for a child to have to come and be subjugated to the 10 Commandments. That's for the parent to be able to teach their child religion, even if it's my religion, right? We had all these conversations and we sat here and we do so dutifully and we listen and we love public comment. I really do mean that. And we listen to everyone. It doesn't matter if we're on the correct side or if someone agrees with what we have to say. It's the public's right to be able to come and speak. But I sat here for a lot of time with people coming down to that podium accusing us of indoctrination. Boiling inside knowing dang well we ain't doing no indoctrination. We are teaching the things that we're supposed to be doing. But if we go and adopt a curriculum that actually has religious text embedded into it, that is the very definition of indoctrination. That I can't do. That's our statement, right? Because I also think about it in the sense of I have privilege when it comes to this because I am a Christian and because I teach my children Christianity. So if my son comes home talking about a Bible story in some way, it actually feels good to me because it's reinforcing the things that I'm teaching him. But what if my kid was a Muslim kid? What if my kid is an agnostic kid, a Hindu kid, and they come home talking about a Bible story they read for the day? And not that they got from their friend on the playground or something like that, because that's, hey, fair game. But the teacher taught me this in the public school that I'm going to, my neighborhood school. And now I'm having to deal with that. That's the part that befuddles me. That's the part I can't get down with here, because we really have to make sure that all kids are able to have what they need within public school. And even though the curriculum itself and all the things that come along with it are really a beautiful thing, we can't be ones that's going to subjugate kids to religious preferences, kind of like Brother Wallace was talking about a moment ago, in the middle of our public schools when they're coming to be able to learn academics. And so as I'm talking about that little soliloquy, there is a question to it as well. Because if we are adopting this curriculum, what do we do with that? Because yeah, it may be only 18 lessons or whatever the number may be, but they're in there. And our teachers are going to have access to them. And they're going to be expected to build out these lesson plans and be able to teach to the teaks. And it feels like simply skipping a lesson or two that we're actually doing a disadvantage to our students at that point in time, because that's a teak that they're not getting to take advantage of, because we're trying to do what we know might be right there and everything. But we can't put that disadvantage in front of our students of them not being able to learn a lesson because of the text that might be embedded there. So what do we actually do with this religious component? Everything else, I'm telling you right now, I'm sold on. This presentation couldn't have been more brilliant. I want the money to come along with it. I want the resources. I love the idea of a parent letter. I love all the stuff. But I cannot ask a parent to bring their child to one of our schools, and then we're going to be the ones doing the indoctrinating, when that's exactly what we were fighting against when we were being falsely accused of doing so in the first place. What do we do with the religious aspect of this curriculum?
So my answer is, I'm going to go back to what I shared with Trustee Bridges. I want to encourage everyone to read the lessons, look at the lessons.
And I have, but go ahead.
And yeah, I'm not saying you
I know,
haven't,
I'm
but
just, yes.
I mean, there's many who haven't. And look at them. But remember also that we have a lot of topics that we cover throughout our school career as students, that we all have different opinions on, different history lessons when we look at that. And I think the parent in the Bluebonnet family letters, I think that's one piece. When you say, what do we do with it? We make sure our parents have access to that. We're very explicit to show them what's coming up so they can have those conversations with their students. We help our teachers also. We have our administration work with our teachers when we're planning ahead. Like, how do you teach this lesson? How do you deliver this? How do you make sure that you're teaching the content and the purpose of the standard? And when you really look at the lessons, it's not quoting the verses, it's not trying to convince someone of religion. But I want to make it clear, it's not an opt-out. There's no opting out of this curriculum. And I think that's important for transparency, that everyone knows that that's not an option to opt out and decide that we're not going to do those 18 lessons as well. So I think it's important that everyone understands that.
And thank you for answering that question directly. I do appreciate the candor. And although you did not write this curriculum, so I'm not blaming you for this in that particular sense, but I understand that it's not quoting Bible verses or whatever the case it may be with that. But it absolutely still, out of all the texts in human history that could be used for academia, somehow the religious text is the one that was selected. And we're not sitting here today having controversy because it quotes the Quran. It's because it's the Bible.
I'm recommending this curriculum when you look at all the resources it offers, and it looks at the structure that we need. And when we talk about we need to move our district academically, we need to put our kids on grade level, and we need to make sure we put whatever available resources in front of our teachers' hands, our parents' hands, and our students' hands. This curriculum provides that. It provides those things. Right now, our internal team, they're working extremely hard to put those things in place utilizing Amplify. But this curriculum has been state approved, state adopted, and has been written, by qualified curriculum writers as well.
Agreed, and I appreciate you. But all they're saying is state-sanctioned indoctrination. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mullen.
I do have one question, Dr. Muller. I often hear from some of our bilingual teachers that they're often having to translate materials. Are all instructional materials, and I mean everything that is offered in English in this curriculum, is it available in Spanish already translated?
Yes, I'm going to look at Mr. Chowdhury to confirm, but yes, everything is in English and in Spanish, and that is part of what we will be purchasing. And then even the Bluebonnet family letters are in English and Spanish. And as I shared, we'll have those translated in our next top 5 languages as well.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Jackson.
Thank you, President Martinez. We've asked the superintendent to focus on literacy. We've asked her to focus on numeracy. We've asked her to take a district that is far behind. Our students are far behind. Our students are suffering. They're not where they need to be. Our superintendent has delivered on everything thus far, and I think she's at 100%. We need quick change. We need it to sustain, and then we need to accelerate. She has said this provides the resources. She has also stated that she believes in it. 97.6% of this curriculum does not have religious references in it. Does that make it right or wrong? I don't know. It's just a fact, and I'm a numbers person. And because I'm a numbers person, I want our kids reading at 100+%. I want to see them go from being proficient in the 3rd grade to being exceptional in the 4th and 5th grade. I want to see movement, and I want to see it fast. And if this is what she and her team tell us we need to do, and she's going to implement and take the time to implement, I want to make sure that we support her and give her that time. So, thank you.
Trustee Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for this presentation. And I like the idea of the resource campuses, but I just want this board to be clear of what's pending approval. Because as a student in the Fort Worth ISD at Dunbar High School, they had a magnet program, which we put very best teachers at high-need schools, and the campuses were open district-wide beginning at Dunbar and Poly. It was a wonderful program. Excellent students went out into the world and made a difference. But it was the adults, some of them sitting at this table, that didn't like all the accolades going to Dunbar and Poly instead of Pascal and Arlington Heights and Southwest. So if we're going to do this, we need to do it right, and there's no going back because, all of a sudden those schools are doing good. But that's what we need to do for our students. So I just want to make sure that people sitting at this table in this community know it's about the students, not about the adults. And about the Bluebonnet, I know it's only a few curriculum content areas, but you said it's not an opt-out. But what if the families do not want their children learning about other religions? What happens then? And what if we have a teacher that is Jewish or Hindi and doesn't believe in teaching that? I mean, we have to have some kind of criteria to accommodate everybody who goes through our doors in the Fort Worth ISD.
So we do have legislation that we are not, and I cannot think of the Senate bill, I think, so which one is it? Do you remember? There's legal, we do not, this is our adopted high-quality instructional material curriculum. If this board votes on it, this is what we'll implement. But just like any other curriculum that someone may not want, we do not opt out. We do not have an alternate curriculum for any of those.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, there is, we want to just be clear with parental rights in Texas. And so there is, can you guys hear me? Yeah.
No, only the mic is on. Let's wait till the mic's on. No, I didn't.
That does have certain requirements. Parents can request to opt out of certain instructions, but those are taken on a case-by-case basis. And so if we got those requests, the district would review those, as we always have, and make a determination. So it would depend on, the particular curriculum involved, because there are exceptions and we can deny those requests in certain instances. So I just wanted to make clear that that is a parental option that has been in place prior to this year.
Any other, Trustee Dr. Ryan?
Well, part of this comes down with Bluebonnet curriculum. I hope that everybody investigates and looks into what it is. I will tell you that with the concerns they have, we certainly understand it. When I was in elementary school at Bluebonnet Elementary School, two of my very best friends, one of them was Kenny Lusky, whose dad owned Lusky's Western Wear, and the other was Howard Katz, whose wife's got the Cancer Institute named after her here in town. And we would be in music class, and the music teacher would be playing Onward Christian Soldiers, and Kenny and Howard would be singing just as loud as anybody else. He got through with that, and they laughed about it. We'd go to his mom's, Howard's mom's house, who was our Cub Scout den leader. She was great because we got to learn about Christmas. We got to learn about Hanukkah. I think everybody liked it because we got presents at both of them. For young kids, that was pretty cool. But what came out of that is we also talked to our parents. And so it's so necessary for every parent we've got to talk to their children if there are concerns that are in the curriculum. And there should be. They need to do that. They need to be talking to their children. And I would just ask everybody to sit down there, know what's going on in the curriculum, and talk to your children about it. Don't just rely on, well, that's what the school said, and so we've got to do that. No, you don't. It's your child. Be sure you talk to them. Be sure you set them on the way that you want your family's path to go. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Martinez. I definitely hear you, Dr. Ryan, loud and clear. I know I practice that in my home. I feel like I send my children to school to be supplemented on their education because my first job is to educate them in my home. But there shouldn't be a reason why parents would have to talk against what's being taught at school when their child gets home. And that's the difference. It's one thing to be able to enhance the academic lessons that are being brought, but when you have to actively prepare your child for something that your household may not believe in because the school is going to give them to them, that is antithetical to the idea of public school.
Any final comments or questions? All right. We are moving on to Number 7, comments by board members or superintendent on current district activities and announcements. Are there any comments or announcements from the trustees? Seeing none, are there any from Dr. Molinar? No. All right, the time is 8:30 p.m. The date is Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 072, 074, and 076.
welcome to the 2024-25 Campus Teacher of the Year reception. And today we come together to recognize and celebrate the incredible teaching excellence in Fort Worth ISD.
Today we come together to celebrate what truly makes Fort Worth ISD the place to be, and that is our extraordinary teachers.
This is such an honor to be in the room with you because I know, because I lived it in Fort Worth ISD, what it means to be in your seats today and all the hard work that you put in each and every day. Without further ado, our Elementary Teacher of the Year finalists. From Clifford Davis Elementary, our ESL teacher, Chloe Marshall. From our Leadership Academy at Mitchell Boulevard, pre-K teacher, Denise Carpenter. Come on down! From Oakhurst Elementary, Lorena Escalante. From D. McCrae, Michelle Williams. Greenbrier Elementary 4th grade dual language and 5th grade reading teacher, Sarah Herrera. Our secondary finalists from Western Hills High School, Angelica Navarro. Carol Shores from Morningside Middle School. Come on down. Emily Allen, Young Women's Leadership Academy, English teacher. A dance teacher from Diamond Hill Jarvis High School, Casey Dobbins. From Apply Learning Academy, choir teacher, Raven Minter. And one more round for all of our finalists.
That's great. Let me see.
Hi, my name is Michelle Williams.
Hi, my name is Carol Shores.
I'm Raven Minter.
Hey, I'm Emily Allen.
My name is Chloe Marshall.
I'm Sarah Herrera. My name is Denise Carpenter.
I'm Casey Dobbins.
Hi, I'm Lorena Escalante.
Hey, I'm Angelica Navarro.
Well, first of all, congratulations on being a finalist. That's awesome.
Thanks, thank you. I didn't think it was going to be a thing.
I was in shock, so I don't remember most of the things they told me. It's a real honor to be here.
What makes me a finalist is that Mama just loves her job. I have what I feel like is just a fire inside me.
I'm here because I love my students. I wake up every morning excited to go to work, excited to see what new adventure awaits.
I love that kid who walks in thinking I can't do it and then walks out going, I can't believe I did it.
I am just very passionate about what I teach.
One of my favorite things to do is to teach, especially when it's talking about chest voice, mixed voice, head voice, falsetto.
I have a lot of fun. I don't think I could see myself doing anything else.
I don't really know what I'm gonna get every day. Every day is a surprise observation, plus a tornado drill, plus I got a new student. All in one day, it happens.
I have a few students that say, Ms. Dobbins, you're always smiling at me, but I don't think you know my name. And I'm like, it's true. I don't know your name, but I'm gonna smile at you no matter what.
One thing that I love about teaching is I have my why. My why is I'm planting seeds.
Each day I tell my kids, take another step and you'll get where you want to be.
I try to come up with different approaches so that it feels like it's a little different every day.
I've been teaching for 5 years.
People say year 4 and 5 are the years where people decide.
I called my parents saying, oh my God, what have I done? Some magic happened. My parents gave me my own laminator and I spent a good chunk of my break learning the curriculum, laminating things. It made all the difference. As a teacher, you change, you adjust to your new classroom every year.
I know I've had a victory in the classroom when I see my students going to teach their classmates the things that I've tried to teach them.
Once your students succeed and you see the pride and the smiles on their faces, it's so rewarding and it's all worth it.
A win for me in the classroom is that at least I got to hear everybody's voices.
Like, I would never want a student to go through the day and not speak. Like, I have a son, I would never want him to do that. And so just like making sure that everyone's involved. It really irks me when people don't give students a chance just because of where they come from. Let's change that mindset. And I don't want people to judge it until they meet our kids. I know that they don't always get all of the best opportunities. And that's why I say that I was made for Diamond Hill. Diamond Hill was made for me.
Hey, I'm a teacher, but hey, I'm fun and we can do yoga, we can do mindfulness, we can sing songs, we can learn Spanish.
Whenever we do part ways, it's going to be very sad. I'm really going to feel like a piece of my heart is missing.
Each day, my students inspire me to be a better person.
I'm very shy, very introverted. You ready, guys? In the classroom, I am loud. I am not shy at all. I turned that place into a Harry Potter world.
The students are very honest. They will tell you when you've had a victory or a failure.
Everything I do is about literacy as an English teacher.
I'm the foundation. Letters and sounds and the phonemic awareness, all of that is so important.
And I told them, well, don't worry, you're going to love reading.
To strengthen our students' literacy, I like to start the year by trying to foster a love of reading.
We take all parts of literacy, from the writing, the reading, and the researching, but we're always dancing. There's never a day that we don't dance.
It's their confidence, all of it. Math, literacy, it's all confidence. Once the kids realize they can do it, they're gonna want to keep doing it.
Music literacy is very important. Without the students knowing what's on the page, they have no idea of what the actual music is actually saying.
How else are they gonna be able to interact with the world around them and apply math to their everyday life if they don't have that practice starting as soon as possible?
My students think I'm great because I bring the energy of a child.
My students think that I'm great because I'm fun, I'm engaging.
And I care more about their scores. I mean, I'm sorry, can you take that? I care more about them than their scores. That's what I meant.
Yeah, okay. So my students think I'm great because I can do this.
Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins and the change happens.
And literacy lives.
And math matters.
Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins, and I'm proof of it.
I'm a product of Fort Worth ISD.
And I'm thriving.
All the way Fort Worth ISD. I think I am the best, so. I did start here, the best begins in Fort Worth.
When scholars walk out of my classroom, it's not the end of their journey, it's just the beginning.
Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins.
Yes, it has a rhythm to it.
Is there any kind of movement you can put to that?
Of course I can. Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins.
You're not short of confidence, are you?
Oh, no.
I'm gifted and I have what's called a whistle.
Okay, do you use that for fun or effectiveness in your classroom?
Yes, it's a teaching tool.
Scoot forward a little bit.
Through our Elcon Foundation, we support programs that help bring education, eye care, and treatment to patients in need.
We've also come to realize this place is not only just a wonderful playground for the Joe Kelly children to just be a kid.
You guys love this.
Good job, Dean.
Riding a bike allows children to explore their communities, develop physical fitness, and create memories with your friends.
This is fun riding a bike.
They are really, really excited to be a part, and it really has added so much life and just so much joy to our recess time and to our day.
Our goal is just to make produce available to everybody throughout the community, no matter where they live.
I'm gonna take all of those ideas, put it together, and we're gonna then
create your new playground. 5 more minutes, and then we're gonna go ahead and present our idea.
My idea was like a submarine, and in the submarine would be like a kitchen.
Here to help our community. Times are tough right now, and a lot of people, groceries are expensive, and this is a way to give back.
Through these in-school markets, we are being very deliberate about what is available to these young children because we know their health and wellness depend upon it.
The highest award from the Girls Inc. National Scholarship, $25,000 scholarship.
We are giving them the knowledge and the experience to be able to have a fun way to talk about heart healthy behaviors because we just get one heart.
We donate these shoes to about 4,000 kids that are going to get new shoes to help them train for their 5K race.
ISD is making it easier than ever to enroll in our schools with our brand new enrollment website. Designed with families in mind, enrollment.fwisd.org is your one-stop shop for all things enrollment. Fewer clicks, easier navigation, a faster, smoother experience from start to finish. Whether you're a returning family or new to Fort Worth ISD, everything you need is right at your fingertips, all in one place. And yes, it's fully bilingual, so every family feels right at home. It's go time, Fort Worth ISD. A new school year is full of promise, and your journey starts right here. Enroll today at enrollment.fwisd.org and experience enrollment simplified.
Yeah. My name is Elizabeth Foreman-White.
Hola, my name is Diana Garcia-Allen.
Hi, I'm Benitria Jackson.
I'm Paola Rodriguez.
Hey, I'm Jennifer Sanchez. Hey, I'm Jessica Tackett.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Was this a surprise?
It was. And I walked out and there were students everywhere.
No words. Dumbfounded. Like, what is happening now?
I knew that we would have visitors, didn't quite know who.
When I say no idea, I'm not kidding you. I had no idea that this was happening.
My secretary came running to my office and told me there was a big emergency in the gym. I was expecting like missing teeth or something. It was old school with balloons, so that was awesome.
Without further ado, we have our Principal of the Year finalist.
So for the title, you want the whole thing?
Hi, my name is Ricardo Alvarez Suscate.
My name is Dr. Shauna Barrett.
Hi, I'm Amy Creche.
Hello, my name is Samantha Gonzalez.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Rincon.
Hello, I'm Charlotte Staten. I am a big deal at Moss Elementary because I bring the energy, the joy, and the love of learning every day.
I'm a big deal on my campus because of the staff who I serve.
Because I love my teachers and I love my students.
That's what makes me excited every day, is to get to connect to people who really need you.
It's all about relationships. I don't think you get very far without those.
It's without trust, really, there's, your campus isn't going to be successful.
I'm all in with the teachers. I'm all in the instructional work with the teachers.
The best part of it is every day is a different day. You have no idea what you're going to encounter.
There's a lot going on. You're constantly on the move. You're trading one hat for the other.
You really have to be open to listening and asking a lot of questions. That's your job, right? Is to really figure out what's going on.
Parents want their kids to be supported and cared for, and they want them to grow, and we want the same things.
I empower students to work hard and play hard, and celebrate the victories, keeping the eyes on what matters the most.
I know what I'm doing is working when I got an 84 on my test.
When students interact with me and they interact differently than they did the year before, I could tell that I'm making an impact.
So when they smile when they enter the buildings, when they are having these joyful moments when they're learning, that is success.
The days that we get to spend with students and engage with teachers and in the classrooms, those are the days that make it all really worth it.
If I come in with that energy with my kids and my staff, and like we're living the dream, we're doing the things, let's just roll it up and go.
I know I'm making a difference, and I know I'm changing life and making a positive impact every day.
Because I feel so often kids think they're a number, but to know that you see them and you see them every day, that really makes a difference in their lives.
They're me. They're who I was when I was in middle school.
It gives me great joy to be able to give and pour into these students what so many people along the way for me did. Because there were so many that poured into me, I'm now able to pour it into somebody else.
And so when kids start learning and teachers start teaching at really high levels, then that excitement builds and you get this really great place to be every day.
We started something this year at our school called Parent Learning Walks, where we have students lead their parents and visit classrooms and see what learning looks like.
Who all needs to read for any assignment in your class? That's all of us.
We tend to think that literacy is just happening in our English classrooms, but in fact it's happening everywhere.
At the end of the day, I'm there to support them, both students and staff, and I'm always there. My door is always open for them.
Authority doesn't have to be loud. Leadership doesn't have to be aggressive. There's a lot of love, compassion, and softness that comes with it.
I'm extremely relational, and so before you're a teacher or a student, you're a human.
Your family does have to make sacrifices for you to be able to serve in this capacity. And I told myself I wouldn't cry.
Do we have tissues in here? This was not supposed to happen. I was not supposed to be a repeat of this.
We are on the go, on the move. We get our steps in.
We run on coffee and Wi-Fi.
Diet Coke, Diet Coke, Diet Coke.
You need a Snickers.
Okay, and a Big Red.
Dark chocolate's how you get through the rough days.
I literally thrive on angry parents. Because if you're angry, that means that you care.
My superpower would be de-escalation, and I think I would win gold.
This job is sometimes like being a ping pong ball. I mean, you just never know what's gonna happen to you.
You may have challenges, but you're unstoppable because you make the decision of who you're gonna be and how you're gonna show up every day that you walk through that front door.
My day starts with celebration. Celebration that I'm alive for that day, celebration to have another day to get to go in and affect students and teachers.
I think of the shirt that says, being a principal is like riding a bike, except for the bike is on fire, there's no wheels on the bike, or even a steering gear. It's kind of like that with being a principal. Everything is on fire, the whole thing.
We heard that last year too.
But it's great, let me tell you.
Want to know your student's location in real time and get instant alerts from the transportation team. With the StopFinder app, all that information is right at your fingertips. If you're eligible for district transportation, you will receive an email with instructions to set up your account. No worries, didn't get the email? Just call us at 817-815-7900. We're here to help. Here's what StopFinder lets you do. You can track the exact location of your student's bus in real time. Get geo alerts when the bus arrives at or leaves your student's stop. View transportation schedules at any time. And send secure messages to Fort Worth ISD's Transportation Department and a whole lot more right through the app. Getting started is very easy. Step 1, search for StopFinder in the App Store or Google Play. Step 2, activate your account using the invitation email from Fort Worth ISD. And finally, Step 3, you're all set. You now have full access to your students' transportation information. So don't wait. Download Stop Finder today and travel with peace of mind, knowing exactly where your student is at every stop.
Have you guys seen the new ID badges that everyone's wearing?
Yeah, I heard that we have to wear them like every single day, no exceptions.
Guess we're official now.
Starting this school year, every student from elementary to high school must wear their school ID badge every day. Wear it around your neck using the school-issued lanyard.
Wearing your badge in your pocket? Not gonna cut it.
On your hat, not even close. And sorry, no stickers, glitter, or customizing. It's gotta be clear and readable.
Your badge helps speed things up in the lunch line. Just scan it and go.
Need to check out a book? Your ID badge makes it easy.
Hello, I would like to check out this book. Good to go. All right, thank you.
And most importantly, your ID badge keeps you safe. On the bus, it lets your parents know exactly when you get on and off.
It also helps us know who's on campus and helps during emergencies.
Badges aren't just rules, they're tools.
Show it.
Wear it.
Own it.
Welcome to Meacham Middle School. I'm Principal Melissa Rincon, and it is my distinct honor to welcome each of you to our beautiful campus. Meacham Middle School is a special place. It's our home, and it's irreplaceable in the hearts of our students, families, and many alumni.
We are honored to welcome you and share this groundbreaking experience today. This project honors the past students, families, and community richness of our Diamond Hill community.
You know, this groundbreaking is especially meaningful to me. And it's so meaningful because my parents once walked the halls of Meacham Middle School.
Right now, Meacham is going through such an evolution of having renovations and a new structure to really put our students in a facility they deserve.
2 and 3. Today, we celebrate more than groundbreaking. We celebrate the power of education, the strength of community, and the promise of tomorrow. Let's build something extraordinary together.
We're so honored tonight to be here to honor this group of finalists, but just not for the individual accomplishments, because we all know that what we do day in, day out is really about teamwork and being a team.
Our 2024-25 Teacher of the Year winners in the elementary category. The winner is Sarah Herrera, Greenbrier Elementary School.
I've been lucky enough to work with some amazing teachers who have inspired me and mentored me throughout my teaching journey.
And now for our secondary Teacher of the Year. And the winner is Casey Dobbins, Diamond Hill Jarvis High School.
To my students, you are my reason. Your grit, your joy, your artistry, you push me to bring my full self every single day. You make this work worth doing. And to every educator in this room, thank you.
And now our 2024-25 Assistant Principal of the Year winners. In the elementary category, the winner is Dr. Elizabeth Foreman White, South High Mount Elementary School.
It's an honor and a privilege to serve the students of Fort Worth ISD, but it's also a huge responsibility. I believe it's also our duty to give students a magical place to go to school where they feel safe and cared for. Schools should be places of joy and happiness in addition to the academic learning, and that goes for the kids and the adults.
And now for our secondary category, Assistant Principal of the Year. And the winner is Paola Rodriguez, Southwest High School.
I tell my kids every day, you were built for a purpose. Walk with it. And then it is our job, it is our responsibility to give them an opportunity to challenge and encourage them and help them reach their potential, whether it's fostering a culture of inclusivity, supporting a student through a challenging time, or just sitting with them at lunch and helping them with their homework. Each day presents a moment to make a meaningful impact in their lives.
And now our 2024-25 Principal of the Year winners in the elementary category. The winner is Charlotte Staten, C.C. Moss Elementary School.
To my principal colleagues, I stand here today representing all of us for our hard, tireless, and stressful moments. But it makes it all worthwhile when we know that we are champions for our students, especially when we see them smile and grow academically every day.
Now, in the secondary category for Principal of the Year, the winner is Dr. Shauna Barrett, JK Middle School.
I am more than honored to be the principal at J. Martin Jackay Middle School. When I first became principal, my gran said, "Did you know Mr. Jackay was my grade level principal?" And she said, "When you walk in there, don't think about anything else but restoring his legacy." And I want you to know that we are doing that every single day.
This evening really has been a celebration of excellence and success for each of our finalists, but for our students to have this kind of talent in front of them every single day. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart.
Fort Worth ISD offers your child the start they deserve. We help your little one build a strong foundation focused on academic and social-emotional skills, one that prepares them to explore and maximize every opportunity. Free all-day pre-K classes taught by certified teachers trained in early education and child development. Your child's future starts here in Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins. Visit fwisd.org/pre-K to learn more.
This event is a culmination of our pickleball program that we've been running through the Fort Worth After School program. We have 18 schools and we have about 56 students.
It's not competition, but they're being able to play against each other in a friendly manner.
It's like tennis combined with badminton.
It's a little bit easier than tennis, and the great thing is that anyone can play.
You get to meet new people, and you can try to make friends with them.
I think this helps them get, like I said, out of being in a box or in their comfort zone, learn how to deal with things that are normally not their norm.
Every time I play a game, there's a lot of moving, and I'm energetic, and I'm always energetic to play pickleball.
If they're active, then their minds are working, and so the more they're active, then they can focus more when we want them to do schoolwork.
This is an event that some kids never had the opportunity to try before, something new for them. You can tell they're very excited, they're happy, they're having fun, they're learning what it means to be a part of a team.
I like playing the game with my friends because we get to have great teamwork and build our connection while playing.
They take away friendship, they take away sportsmanship, they take away just having a good time.
At the end, you get to touch paddles, and then you get to tell people how good they were.
Play pickleball.
It takes a team to educate a child, from the bus drivers who safely bring them to school, to the dedicated staff who keep everything running long after the bell rings. Every role is essential in shaping a student's future. Fort Worth ISD needs you and your unique skills. Whether you're teaching in the classroom, supporting behind the scenes in IT, preparing nutritious meals, or teaming up with our classroom heroes, there's a place for you here. Apply today and start building a brighter tomorrow for yourself and the students you'll inspire. Because Fort Worth ISD is where the best begins.
Welcome each of you to our beautiful campus to celebrate something so wonderful. Rosemont Middle School is a special place. It is our home, and it is irreplaceable in the hearts of our students, families, and many alumni.
We spend a lot of our time at school board meetings making tough decisions. But then we get to have days like today. We go to have days where we celebrate making the campus even a little better for our students.
Congratulations!
Rosemont Middle School is such a beautiful campus. It opened in the 1930s, and you can look at the architectural building here behind us, and then how we have taken one of our newer buildings, and now we're getting ready to make this into a beautiful single campus with the help of Huckabee and Reader Construction as well under our 2021 bond renovations.
Today, we're not just breaking ground. We are planting the seeds of possibilities for generations to come. It is a powerful moment to stand here at this heart of this school, knowing that what we begin today will shape the future of students, educators, families for decades.
So today I get to talk to you about what our board members do for us. And remember, they make things happen here for our school.
It's just giving back to the community. I just want all our students to have the same opportunities that I had.
Favorite part of Fort Worth ISD is always the students, their parents, the amazing faculty that work with them.
Is the people, just filled with phenomenal people, from the educators within the actual buildings of our district.
I think that a board member is when they direct telling people how we want our schools made.
I think they make very important decisions.
They help the school and they help the kids learn and everything and make it fun to learn.
Do you think being a board member is fun?
Not exactly, because they do a lot of things
that aren't so fun?
That are not that fun.
I want you guys to tell me what you think the school of the future is going to be.
Things I want to see in my school in the future is like people helping the young kids more.
I think I would like more recess.
I think school in the future should have soccer food, more reusable things that you can keep that you don't have to throw away all the time.
For they could add more swings, and plus they could make the lunch earlier because lunch is a little late.
Our board member has come by our campus and you've had the opportunity to talk and to share your ideas.
All the kids were in the cafeteria and they all had big signs and posters up saying thank you, we love you.
He is the one who is providing for our school.
Our board member puts your thoughts into action.
I think they should be doing stuff that benefit us students to have a more comfortable place in school.
Chairs that's up high instead of being real low, because some people can't see with chairs low.
What I do is like drones so they can go around the school like security cameras to check what like classes are doing, if they're doing their job and stuff.
Security cameras and more AI and technology.
More AI? I don't know.
AIs.
I'm pretty sure there will be robots teaching kids on how to learn stuff.
You think robot teachers is a good idea?
Yeah.
How come?
Because they could translate to other children. I would rather have a real person teaching.
I'm here because I want to make a difference for all kids in the school district and want to do what's right by them.
They're incredible young people that I'm happy to turn this country over to them anytime they want it.
Have you ever thought about being a leader?
Yes, I actually have.
You want to be a leader someday?
Yes, I have thought about being one.
What do you think makes a good leader?
Somebody who's independent and can teach other people and lead them.
Yeah.
I help my parents.
Yeah, well, that's good. And they're not asking you to do it, you just do it on your own? Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'm going to paraphrase the quote, but it said, at the end of my day, at the end of my week, at the end of my life, I want to be able to say that I contributed more than I complained.
My teachers from INA to Pasco High School care so much about me that helped me to become the person that I am.
They don't pay board members and they're doing everything for free, but they have to decide everything. and it's hard to decide for a lot of things.
I think there's no better way than being boots on the ground, working with the community to help you stay connected.
And so each time that you have the opportunity to speak with your board member, you get the opportunity to voice your thoughts and what you think should happen here in Fort Worth ISD. And I want you to put all of your creativity to task and to show what you think our future schools are going to look like.
It seems to me like you're all about fun.
Yeah, that is true.
So what would you tell somebody that's spending all that time and not getting paid for it?
Thank you for your leadership.
And welcome to Fort Worth ISD's second annual signing day. Today, college seniors from prestigious institutions will sign letters of intent to launch their careers in Fort Worth ISD.
Today is the first day of a career that you don't even know how it's going to turn out. It can turn out any way you choose it to be. It can be as much as you want, as little as you want, but I will tell you the one thing that will fill your heart every day, and that is the student you're going to serve.
Our very first for 2526 letter of intent, Adriana and Brienne, you may now sign your letter of intent.
I knew that I wanted to teach little children because I liked how they were so pure and eager to learn. I also have a younger sister, so I like to play school with her, so teaching was always in my blood in some way or form.
Signing that piece of paper does not make you an educator. You are already educators. You are already doing the work that makes a difference for students. Signing that paper makes you a part of our Fort Worth ISD family.
What the teacher pipeline does with TCU, Texas Wesleyan, UTA, and especially Texas Tech really gives us an opportunity to work side by side, hand in hand with our future teachers.
We have to dedicate to ourselves as well, not only our students. We have to know the balance between taking care of ourselves, and when we do, we give more to our students and we just become a better person overall.
The University of Arlington, Yaida Martinez and Andrea Ayala, you may sign your letter of intent.
I want to tell you thank you on behalf of Fort Worth Independent School District for picking us to start your educational journey.
Super excited to be here, and it is my distinct honor to welcome each of you to our beautiful campus. It is both a joy and privilege to see you here on our campus today to celebrate something really wonderful. On a count of three.
We're just excited for what our students are going to be able to experience in this renovated campus and with a lovely addition to it as well.
1, 2, and 3.
We get to meet the children that we're serving, and we get to stand by them as we dream of a better district for them.
I cannot wait to see what the students at Riverside Middle School will accomplish in the spaces we are about to create. Thank you. Let's dig into the future because it starts right here, right now.
Come on, team, big smiles. These kids need supplies.
We're going to pack 2,000 backpacks. I was talking to our friends at Fort Worth ISD just before that. This is by far their biggest project that they're doing the donation. I said, we will do this so fast, we will blow your minds.
There are 6 different items that will go in the backpacks. These are a box of Kleenex, a ruler, a pack of markers, a pack of crayons, a pencil pouch, a pre-printed note from American, and the 2 highlighters.
So these backpacks are going to go to middle school kiddos, so we are happy to step in there.
Pencil bag, I feel like we're markers, tissue, and 2 highlighters.
You've heard the saying, it takes a village to raise a child. We're so blessed to have American Airlines within that village with us. School starts on August 12th, and we will welcome 70,000 students back to our hallways and classrooms. And thanks to your donation, 2,000 middle school students will have supplies and backpacks they need to be successful next year.
It makes me feel amazing.
American Airlines and Fort Worth ISD, let's go take flight!
This is our kickoff for this school year. We have over 250 bus drivers, we have over 100 monitors, and this is our grand kickoff for the 25-26 school year.
Miss Dole, Anna, Miss Dole, you are the next contestant on The Price is Right.
Normally they'll have this like in an auditorium, people will sit there, we'll have speakers. This time we wanted to make it fun, like a talk show, game show, from classic 80s style.
The winner of the 16-piece cook set is Mama Marilyn Walker.
We can't stop smiling. Like, I walked in here, I started smiling, have not stopped smiling yet.
Today, to start this thing off, we want to acknowledge all of our new hires. Y'all come on up here. These are all our new drivers.
Back in April, we started having weekly job fairs, and we've hired over 40 drivers. We have no driver shortage, and that's the first time, I think, in a long time that we've been ready for the school year.
We're happy to partner with Fort Worth ISD. Higginbotham is located right here in Fort Worth, and we feel it's really critical to partner with the local community and give back to the local community that we support and that supports us as well.
First ones who see our kids, or last ones who see our kids at night when they drop them off. And I can't thank them enough and how much they mean to us in Fort Worth ISD.
Super exciting and totally unexpected.
Hello, everyone. What is happening, West Cliff? All right, what's your phone number?
I'm very excited.
Y'all ready for the school year?
Yes!
All right. We appreciate everything that y'all do as teachers, but we do have a little surprise for y'all. Are y'all ready? All right. So Office Depot and Boise partnered together to get y'all a $20,000 shopping spree. Woo! Let's head on out.
You have $500 to spend today. We're so overwhelmed right now. We're just excited to be here.
It's amazing to give back to the community that we collect donations for day in and day out, and it's nice to see that it's actually worth it and that we're getting the right people and the right people that need the help in here.
Coffee! Put it on the list. Yeah, I don't care, but I have a Keurig and teachers need coffee.
So excited. This means so much to us. Ink for my printer because it's been telling me I'm out for a while. And then I've got a journal and I'm trying to figure what else out. I just don't even know. 15 5-year-olds that would love this.
Your total is going to be $496.80.
Thank you, Office Depot and Boise Paper. Love Westcliff.
We are doing our Storytime train on TexRail. This is the first of its kind here in Fort Worth.
Oh, ooh!
All aboard!
We have over 400 people registered today, so we're excited.
It is my pleasure to introduce our celebrity reader, Dr. Karen Molinar, Fort Worth ISD Superintendent.
In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:32 p.m. with the quorum present, recessed open session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 9:38 p.m. with the quorum present. We are up to consent agenda items. As board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Trustees, we've been provided an opportunity prior to tonight's meeting to submit questions and receive responses concerning the consent agenda and action agenda items. Are there any questions or comments at this time specific to the consent agenda items? All right. Do I have a motion accepting consent agenda?
So moved.
Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Dara, any discussion? Please move to voting. There we go. Please move to voting. Motion passes 9-0. We are moving to action items. We will go to action item B, approval of appointments to the Board Audit Committee. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar.
I move to nominate Trustee Jackson, Trustee Dr. Rodriguez, and Trustee Dr. Ryan to the Board Audit Committee and nominate Trustee Luebanos as an alternate member.
Do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion passes 9-0. We will now go on to, next item is G. Approve resolution establishing a local school library advisory council. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips and Trustee Jackson. Any discussion? Please move to voting. Here we go. Sorry about that. Nine zero, motion passes. We are now at H. Approve board appointments to the District Advisory Committee, or DAC. Do I have a motion? Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. 9-0, motion passes. Next item, I, approve ratification of memorandum of understanding for school security services for the 2025-2026 school year. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, second. Dr. Ryan, do we have any discussion? Please move to voting. Nine zero, motion passes. We're at J. Approve revisions to board policies CH local and CV local A waiver of the first reading. Do I have a motion? Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Luevanos, any discussion? Please move to voting. Nine zero, motion passes. Next items, K, approve the renewal for translation and interpretation services for district-wide usage. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. Nine zero, motion passes. Item L, approve the ratification of digital resource and professional development. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dr. Ryan, do I have a second? Trustee Dara, any discussion? Please move to voting. Nine zero, motion passes. Next item, M, approve adoption of a K through 5 reading language arts program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Lynch, any discussion? Trustee Bridges?
I want to say this first, just for the record, and this is from a personal standpoint. I'm a born-again Christian, and I say that proudly, and I'm very passionate about that. And just as much as my passion about my relationship with God, I am as passionate when it comes to a separation between the church and state. I think that is, in my opinion, that's a line that I have a difficulty of crossing. In the many years I've worked with young people, and I say this, and I'm going to exaggerate this number, I've taken hundreds of kids to church with me. Not one time I've ever taken a kid without getting an approval from his parent or somebody that I know that was okay with that. And in the many years that my relationship with these young people, there was no scripture in my office or anything like that. But young people who would come to me because they would notice my relationship with my wife, how I interacted, my relationship with my children, how I interacted with them. And why am I saying that? I think that sometimes it's in our life walk, what we do, that makes a difference. And I don't want to be perceived that I'm against the Bible and the references to the Bible in the school. I just don't think, this is an I statement, that the school is the place for that to happen. And based upon that, I cannot vote to support this.
Any other discussion? Please move to voting. Motion passes 6-3. Next item is N, approve authorization to negotiate and enter into a contract with the general contractor for elementary school number 2 replacement at Marjorie Walton site renovations in conjunction with the 2021 capital improvement program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips and Trustee Jackson. Any discussion? Please move to voting. 9-0, motion passes. Item O, approve authorization to enter into contracts for job order contracting services for the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Nine zero, motion passes. Last item is P, approve purchase of insurance for student devices. Do I have a motion? Trustee Luebanos, do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion? Please move to voting. Nine zero, motion passes. The time is 9:48 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned.